We're live.
Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. It's Make You Famous Friday. Come on, we're about to make these what?
Oh,
Judges famous. We're gonna make the judges famous tonight. It's
yeah,
famous Friday.
it's
It's
famous
famous
Friday.
Friday.
Famous Friday. Gonna get some people, get some time to come in, get some time to come in. Let me just do my little, my shout outs. Shout out to Tax Credit Academy, CEO Patrice Stewart, for letting me use her space. Tax Credit Academy is sponsoring all the shows that are filmed here. My Wi-Fi service where I'm staying at is janky, and that's the only service you can get where I live, which is crazy and insane. But no one demands better. So anyway, come get your taxes done. Come get legit. Please also follow Patrice on her YouTube page, Patrice L. Stewart, Financial Bay. And support the cause. Please support the cause. Please.
And
Famous
shout out to
Friday.
Danny. And shout out to Danny.
Shout out to Danny. Danny is sick, but she will get better. Shout out to Danny. Shout out to Danny. Shout out to Chicago Flips Red. Shout out to Miss Jessica. And shout out to these corrupt judges.
Shout out to Zoe Leigh for hanging on in there and making this YouTube and making this content and taking the issue and the awareness to another level. Right now, it's not just about the 3 minutes on the mic at public speaking. Now it's about us having an opportunity to elaborate on some of the things that we bring out at public speaking, an opportunity to give more background, more information, more perspective, and all of that to the things that they hear us talk about on the mic for the 3 minute public speaking. So shout out to you for wanting to do the YouTubes and information, and shout out to Danny for coming in and picking up the YouTube information aspect of it too. So shout out to you guys.
Yes.
Shout out.
This
Yes,
is a
yes.
special Famous Friday.
Yeah.
Real special.
This is very special. This is very special. Um, because it's what it's what it all boils down to. You know, the judges, the judicial system. It's what everything boils down to. So we're gonna talk about these judges today, and we're gonna make judges famous. We're gonna make them famous for what's good, and we're gonna make them famous from what I experienced with them has been, and what I experienced from what we've heard from other people, what their experiences have been. And if it's any judges that come on to the live that want to, come in and want to say something different or present a different perspective, we're more than open to that. That's like I said, this is not 3 minutes at the mic now. This is open discussion. So
Right.
anything that any judge think we have wrong, because I'm sure some of them will be watching,
Mm-hmm.
or they'll have their agents watching.
Right.
Right. And so anything that we have wrong, especially for those judges that'll be named specifically,
Right.
and the judges that we've had personal experience with. Any of them want to come on? Any of agents acting on their behalf? Come on, come on,
Yeah.
come on. Just let's take it off of this use of dialogue to be. It's in litigation. It's in litigation. Okay, well now we can ready to talk about it, and we're going to talk about the things that are in litigation. So anything that you want to come on and add, please don't let the public
Right.
have you misconstrued
Yeah.
and think something of you that's not true. No, come on out front.
You are not delusional.
And
You
if
are
we
not.
are, we welcome you to the platform. We welcome any parties, any named parties, any participants, any other litigants, any we welcome you.
We welcome.
Zoe, you learned how to quote unquote drop the link.
Yeah, I can drop the link.
Right. We welcome you rather than, engaging in further bad acts or alleged bad acts. Come on in and do the righteous thing. And the thing is, you don't even have to put your name there. Just have the screen thing. You don't have to put your name, don't have to put your face.
Right.
Just have that little thing that be blinking when a person talking. You could put a rag over your mouth to disguise your voice.
Right. Whatever you do, whatever you want. Get a voice box.
Yeah, any of that, and come on in and tell us how we wrong. Anybody?
All types too. Like if you come in, if you had a whole Ku Klux Klan mask suit on, come.
We'll
Like
accept
we
that.
accept
We'll
all
accept that.
people. We
We'll
accept
accept that.
we accept all people.
All people, if you want to do
We do not under the
whatever.
U.S. Constitution. Okay, we don't. We good. So anything. If you want to come,
Anything. You
priest,
want to put
anybody.
it up
If
here?
you feel.
Yeah, if you want to put the mask up here and only show your eyes,
Just show your
that's
eyes.
fine. Right. If you want to put a paper bag over your head and just cut out the eye circle parts, that's fine. Whatever.
Whatever.
We're not interested in how you look. We're interested in the content of
Right.
your conversation and the truthfulness of it thereof. Any older person
Right.
that has anything to do with this conversation. Any commissioners, any clerks, any whoever. Come on.
Right. Come
And
on
the
out.
same applies to everything and everybody. You can disguise yourself if need be. We just want the conversation.
We just want the conversation. Shall we get started?
We can get started. Is there any people in here?
Yeah, we got got good 30, 31.
Oh, let's rock and
Let's
roll.
rock
That's
and
30.
roll. Let's
Like,
rock
that's
and
30,
roll.
31 that want to know about these judges. That's 30 or 31 that want these
I'm
judges to be
34
made
now.
famous.
34 now. It's
Oh,
rising.
it's Famous Friday.
It's
Come on,
famous
let's make
Friday.
it happen. Let's go, Zoe. Go
Let's
ahead,
go.
kick
Let's
it
go.
off. Get it
So we got the
started.
first one. First one, Terrence J Maguire. He is a judge for the Third Sub-Circuit of the Cook County Judicial Circuit Court in Illinois. He assumed office on December 1st, 2014. His current term ends on December 7th, 2026.
Mm-hmm.
Maguire ran for re-election for the Third Sub-Circuit Judge of the Cook County Judicial Circuit Court in Illinois. He won re-election November 3rd, 2020. And does he run against anybody?
I don't think he ran against anybody, and I'm not even sure what that is because the information. First of all, Zoe, let's back up some and let the people know why Judge Maguire is so important and why it's so important for us to make him famous, for everybody to know who Terence Maguire is.
Yes.
Yeah, how special he is to me and to the probate division of the Circuit Court of Cook County over in the Daly Center. He's special. Now, according to the committee, the Council of Lawyers, for the Committee of Council of Lawyers, that's one of the committees here that do evaluations for judges that are looking to take the bench, or looking to be retained on the bench, reelected to the bench, and they do the evaluation. Well, upon the first evaluation of Terence Maguire, I think it was done in 2016. or 2014, he was rated not qualified by this committee on the Council of Lawyers. But despite of that, it's my understanding from when I talked to a representative in the Board of Elections office, it's my understanding that even though the committee rated him not qualified, what he was able to do was get signatures. I think it's 10,000 signatures from the people in his community, in his district, and that got him on the ballot. When he got on the ballot, he ran unopposed. So here you have this person that was rated not qualified by this evaluating team. But it's a way to get
the reason why wasn't qualified. You know why?
Yeah, they said that he didn't have enough experience to be a circuit court judge. They said that excuse me, he had a solo practice as a solo practice in real estate, a solo attorney practice law firm in real estate, estate planning, and I think probate might have been on there too. But it clearly said, but it clearly said that he did not have experience and that was able to that he would be able to deal with complicated or complex litigation matters. Okay, so on the face of probate, it could appear that it would be, you wouldn't have complex matters, but it could be, you know, an event where there's maybe not a will, or an event where there are estranged people, or things where there are maybe stepchildren or step parents, or when there's a matter of debt on the estate that can't be resolved, or taxes or inheritance taxes can't be paid. Things like that, I guess, would cause complicated things in probate that he wasn't equipped to handle. Well, come to find out, even in a situation like my mother's estate, where none of those things were a factor, it was a straight arrow. My mother had a will, there was no debt. None of my mother's children were estranged. She had clear-cut instructions that she wanted all of her assets, real property or personal property or mixed property, to be divided between her three children. It's no question who my mother's three children are. She had three daughters. Harletta Yvonne Thomas, which is the oldest, Harriet Yvette Thomas, which is the twin to Harletta Yvonne Thomas, and me, the third child, Jessica Thomas Jackson. My last name is only different because I got married. My other two sisters did not get married, therefore they had the same last name as my mother. Okay, so with that being said, my mother didn't owe, there was no debt on the estate. The property was paid for. Completely paid for. There were no delinquent personal taxes or delinquent property taxes. My mother was not in a nursing home of any sort or a senior citizen home of any sort. So there was no ownership to the state. So for all practical purposes, this was a clear-cut probate estate, not complicated, for Terence Maguire, for probate judge Terence Maguire. But because of his incompetence, and because that the Council for Lawyers clearly detected, which is why they rated him not qualified, with the help of other corrupt judges like Judge Karen O'Malley, who was the first judge on my mother's probate case, who, rather than follow the law, she found it necessary to team up with a corrupt, hire the state attorney, David Feldman, and violate the law and create the pathway for him to come after the real estate illegally. When she got removed because I reported her, Then that's when they put in Terence Maguire. And because he was incompetent, and because the judge before him, Karen O'Malley, already started the path of bad acts, well, what did he do? He jumped right in the lane to support all of her bad acts, her bad decisions, and he didn't have the knowledge to undo what she did. And
Because
in
he's
judicial
never tried
camaraderie,
a case in his
he
life.
kept going. He kept going out of judicial camaraderie, whether he knew what she did was wrong or not. He just kept going in support of supporting another judge, which ended up happening all throughout this situation, like we'll get to as this conversation develops.
Well, we go back to Karen Lynn O'Malley, but I feel like with Terence Maguire, he never tried a case before.
I can agree with that. He probably never tried a case before.
I haven't seen.
Okay.
I looked and looked and looked, right?
Okay.
And I haven't seen nothing on him, no cases. When it doesn't make any sense.
No cases. And sitting there as a judge.
And he was also an administrative law judge for Cook County.
Mm-hmm.
And the city of Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's why Timothy Evans went on and appointed him. Because remember, Timothy Evans is what? The chief judge of Cook County. Timothy Evans is the judge that's over all judges. And Timothy Evans is the one that appointed Judge Maguire to the bench and appointed him to be there until 2026.
2026, yeah.
But look how long Terence Maguire is able to sit on that bench, being incompetent.
10 years. 10
and
years.
Then you look at this, for 10 years. For 10 years. And then look at this. In 2020, they came back and did another report on him. So it had to be in 2016, I want to say, I guess, when that first evaluation came out that deemed him not qualified. Now, think about it. In 2019, that's when he stepped into my mother's probate estate case. Okay, it came into probate in 2016 under Judge Karen O'Malley. After 3 years of bad acts with her, finally I was able to get her removed by making a letter of complaint to the presiding probate judge at that time, Mary Ellen Colgan. That's how she got removed, and they put Judge Terence Maguire there. Now, they put him there knowing that he wasn't qualified. And then by this time, I had started writing Timothy Evans, telling him about the problems that I was having with this estate in probate court under Karen O'Malley. Because why? Because there are no stenographers in probate. Now, that's very important, the fact that there are no stenographers in probate. And it's my understanding that there are no stenographers in eviction court either. See, these civil courts, where there are no stenographers, where there's no written transcript of what is going on in a legal proceeding. So when you talk about something like probate, when you're talking about real estate, bequeath real estate, property that's being willed to other, to heirs, or to other family members. Look how dangerous that is, that there are no stenographers. There's no written record of what these judges are doing, what these hired estate attorneys are doing. You as an everyday litigant comes into these proceedings with the assumption that there's going to be a stenographer in that court, or either at least an audio recording. something that will generate an official record of what's being said in a process. You have no idea that it's not, that there's nothing there to officially record what's going on. But guess who does? That hired state attorney does, and that corrupt judge does. They know. And therefore, probate has become a cesspool for perjury, a cesspool for fraud, a cesspool of a way to just steal real estate. And guess what? There's no record as to how it's being done. The only thing you had to rely on is the court documents that are signed by the judges, filed by the judges, approved by the judges, written by the judges, and they enter all that fraudulent and perjurious information into the court records. That's why that clerk of the court position is so important. The fact that Iris Martinez was an epic failure.
Epic failure.
As a clerk of the court.
She was
that
epic.
Means that he allowed all these fraudulent documents and perjurious documents to be put into the court systems, into the court records. And you have no transcript to counter it.
No.
That's dangerous.
And then when you send her email about what's going on, she also cannot help you.
Come on. It goes unanswered. It goes unanswered, or either at best, someone else from that office, let's see, like this Stephen Brandt. He's the legal research director.
Oh my God, well, I can pull up what was it? What's her name? Was Valencia?
Stephen Brandt. What, the name I just said?
No, who just got out of there? The city clerk?
Iris Martinez.
Iris Martinez, yep.
She just got out.
Yeah.
She got elected out.
Yeah. Well, I reached out to her. You reached out to her. And she said they couldn't do nothing. They can never do nothing. When it comes to these jobs, that the positions that they get in, that they're supposed to take care of stuff like this, they can't never do it. Like, you reporting the judges to Timothy Evans.
Nothing.
You can't, when they respond back and say, it's not you. It's not, you can't come to me. Well, who do you come to?
Who do you come to? And then they fraudulently and knowingly tell you to go to the Judicial Inquiry Board, when they know that the Judicial Inquiry Board, on page 5 of their instructional manual, that comes with the complaint form that you get from them, it clearly says that they cannot get involved in ongoing litigation. They can't get involved with retired judges. So if they can't get involved with litigation that's ongoing or current litigation, then what good is it? What good is it to report a judge after he's already committed the fallacy, after he's already done the dirt? What does it even mean to report him then? What good is it for me to report to Terence Maguire or any other judges that we'll get to as the conversation develops? What good is it to report them if, while they're actually committing fraud, committing bad acts on the bench, committing perjury, nothing can be done because it's in litigation, nothing can be done. But then, because of their bad acts, I could end up losing this property. I could end up losing the generational wealth to my family. So then tell you then, see, it's the same thing like Dorothy Tucker. Tell you if the property has gotten taken. Tell you then. So there's absolutely no preventive maintenance, because we know within Cook County, if you report these things to the Inspector General, what happens with those complaints? They go unanswered. It's nobody to report to judges to.
Nobody.
Nobody. Then there's
Well,
Kwami Raul, who's supposed to be the Illinois State Attorney General, who's supposed to be in charge of and supervising the judges. You reported to him, but you can't find him. Nobody can find Kwami Raul.
where is he?
Where is he? So again, the judges are allowed to just act willy-nilly, just break the law, break the law, break the law, because number one, there's no stenographers, so there's no written record of what happens. Number two, the Judicial Inquiry Board won't get involved because it's ongoing and it's currently in litigation. And then over here, you got the Illinois Attorney General, Kwami Raul, who's supposed to be the supervisor of the judges, that won't do anything and can't be found.
He's MIA.
He's MIA. So you as a litigant, as a citizen, you're just caught up in the litigation maze. The judges just have a good old fun time with your life, a good old fun time with your property, a good old fun time. See, in criminal court, they have a good old fine time with your freedom. Yep. Because if it's happening in civil court, you best believe it's happening in criminal court too.
Definitely happening in criminal court.
Yes, but somehow in criminal court we kind of push it back to the back of our minds, kind of, sort of, because it's easy to jump in the lane of, well, they shouldn't have did it. They shouldn't have did it, right. Especially if that person that's on trial is a repeat offender. Or especially if the person on trial is on trial for something that you personally don't approve of or find offensive, then it's very easy to just push the wrongdoing of the courts to the back of your head, to the back of your mind. Right. But when it comes to civil court, where a lot of your people that go into these courts have no criminal background whatsoever, have, are legitimate, upright, quote unquote, upright citizens that are going in there to fight about property, going in there to fight about copyrights, patents, things of value. The civil proceedings is how they get us economically. And the reality is only a few of us, maybe a third, of Black people, a third of the population, let's say, overall population, is actually in criminal court. But the majority of people, for one reason or the other, will end up in some type of civil proceeding. In our case, it's with real estate, it's with property, so probate, or in yours, the federal court now, or bankruptcy court, traffic court, divorce court, family court, guardianship court. All these are economic venues, and the economic harm that's caused, like in our case, where they're stealing real estate through a civil proceeding, how they can make economic harm, cause you economic harm in terms of making you pay money that you don't owe. Like how they're trying to force attorney fees on my mother's estate that clearly are not owed, in order to try to force the sale of the property. Illegal evictions, like what they're trying to do to try to get me illegally evicted out the property because they have no legal grounds to stand on and probate to this public administration issue. So now you're going to go through another civil proceeding of illegal eviction, illegal tax evictions, all these things, illegal foreclosures, illegal reverse mortgages, all these things are civil proceedings that cause economic harm, that cause us to lose generational wealth, cause us to lose our property.
Yep.
And enough of us are not talking about that. Enough of us are not, they got us hoodwinked into just looking at the criminal courts. When the majority of us are going to criminal court. Come on.
We don't have no generational wealth. Like, you really gotta look around. Like, you literally gotta look around. We are holding on to thin ice Black America, like real talk. We like it's woo. Like we have nothing.
Nothing.
And they are helping, and they got these black gatekeepers in these high positions, and they are not doing nothing. They're helping us stay down. They're helping us stay down.
They're helping us stay down. Look at what me and you have experienced while we've been going to City Hall. Look how the black aldermen, and of course, we looking for the black aldermen to help us because we black. We looking for the black aldermen to help us because Chicago is as segregated as it is. By us being black, living in black communities, our aldermen are black. My alderman is Greg Mitchell, black. I'm on the cusp of Greg Mitchell and Alderman Desmond Yancey, black. My commissioner is Commissioner Stanley Moore, black. I'm on the cusp of Commissioner Stanley Moore and Bill Laurie, like I'm on the cusp of alderman for Mitchell and Yancey. Same thing for commissioners. I'm on the cusp of Stanley Moore and Bill Laurie. Both of them are what? Black. I reported this information to Chief Timothy Evans, who's what? Black. It went all the way up to Tony Preckwinkle, who is what? Black. We come to City Hall and we give our grievances and concerns to Mayor Brandon Johnson, who is what? Black. And we have gotten no help. None. Well, we forgot one person. Then we go to the Illinois State's Attorney General, Kwami Raul. Well, he's supposed to be black until now I'm hearing he Haitian. But you can rest your mind assured he got in office running on that black ticket. He didn't get in office running on no Haitian ticket.
I got two. I did Danny Davis. I did Danny Davis, and I did Cam Buckner. Yes, I got Cam Buckner, Danny Davis, of course, David Moore. My commissioner, Bill Laurie, I forgot I even had a commissioner. So yeah, we went to So I went to Lieutenant Governor too, Julian Stratton. She black. She's black.
Lieutenant Governor is black.
The Lieutenant Governor is black. I went to her too.
And keep in mind, people, please keep in mind, every last one of these people, not only are they black, they Democrats. Not only are they black, they're Democrats.
Die-hard
Democrats.
Gonna lie to you, give you a turkey for a vote, Democrat.
Show enough Democrats.
Show enough. I swear when I get in here, I won't help no nigga. I promise I won't help no nigga. I give you my last word, I won't help no nigga. Democrats.
But you know what Phil Scott from the African Diaspora Channel, he said something that is so profound, and it really needs to be on the t-shirt. He said, one day I heard him in one of his podcasts say, he said, now it's two things that black people in powers of position cannot do. Number one, they cannot punish white people, and they cannot help black people. Mic drop.
They're pathetic. The black Democrats are very pathetic. You're absolutely right, State Street Radio. Pathetic.
We went to all of them and bringing it back to the conversation of corrupt judges. That ended up being the issue. The issue is our black leaders or representative politicians are horrified. I mean, they're horrified to go up against these white judges. Chicago has been very strategic with putting black people in front of everything. I don't care what you do, it's a black person for the face of it, especially black women. Oh my God. Oh my God. You haven't lived until you followed meeting after meeting after meeting, attended meeting after meeting after meeting. You haven't lived until you've seen all these black women in position down in City Hall. Or when we go over to the Cook County side. Oh my God. If you didn't know any better, and the only way that you come to know better is because you are involved, you would really think that the Democrats are telling the truth when they say what? That the black woman is the backbone of the Democratic Party. But when you think about it, Zoe, isn't she though? Isn't it the black woman that they have in position that allows these corrupt situations to keep on going?
Yeah.
Isn't she? Isn't Toni Preckwinkle the backbone of the judicial system here? Because Toni Preckwinkle could stop this at any time. At any time she could tell. She could stop
Cook County
it
Board
at any
president.
time. She's the Cook County Board president. She's the Cook County Board president. She has heard you and me come to Cook County board meetings and public speak in Cook County, just like we public speak in front of the mayor and city council. Toni Preckwinkle has done nothing to resolve this issue. In fact, if the truth be told, which is what we're doing right now, Toni Preckwinkle is guilty of obstruction of justice
and violation of my First Amendment. Twice.
Come on.
Twice. She has violated, and the Open Public Meetings Act. She has violated my First Amendment right and that twice. They're criminals.
It's their criminals. It's the corruption of it all. You have me. It's a video clip out there of me where I'm showing them the fraudulent documents that was signed by the public administrators in my case. In this instance, we're talking about Public Administrator Leah Jobakowski, who is the general counsel for public administration. Her name is just as good and blatant and clear on fraudulent probate documents. The cross petition for annex that is the fraudulent document that fraudulently put my mother's estate into public administration bears the name of Leah Jobakowski, who is the public administrator general counsel, and of Louis G. Apostle, who is the public administrator. He is the same thing for the Office of Public Administration that Timothy Evans is for Cook County judges. And who signed, file stamped this fraudulent cross petition to go into the court records? Judge Terence Maguire.
Not Judge Terence Maguire.
Judge Terence Maguire. Judge Terence Maguire. And who has full knowledge of it? Chief Judge Timothy Evans. And who else has full knowledge of it? Presiding Probate Judge Daniel B. Malone. Who else have full knowledge of it? This new judge they trying to put on for mediation, this Barry Goldberg. All of them sit right there and engage in bad acts just to steal real estate. All of them to steal real estate. All of them. Come on, Zoe. All this investigating that we've done.
Real estate.
Like
this is the biggest scheme ever to be witnessed, to be televised. This honestly is, oh my God, this right here might be the revolution. This might here be the revolution, because this is legit why we have no generational wealth. We are legit.
This is why.
Mine is gone. They knocked down. Let me tell you how corrupt and how terrible this is and how racist this is. Because people need to understand this when you start using the word racist. Okay? That building before it was a Sandpiper Lounge was the Fannie Mae's Candy Factory. That was a landmark
in your mother's case. In your mother's case, make sure that you let them know. Now you talking about your mother's case.
In my mother's case, that was the Fannie Mae's Candy Factory. Then from that, it went to the Sandpiper Lounge. From 1962 until 2017, when they came and knocked it down, because my mother, after they put that big tax bill on it, and my mother, my godfather, and my mother's priest put the money up to pay for this big tax bill, and then my mother put the building in her nonprofit. Next thing you know, they knocked it down. Okay? Oh, you're not that right there. Oh, no. Ain't nobody gonna have it. We ain't gonna fight. Nobody, you're not gonna, and they so used to saying that it's not the Fifth Amendment because they didn't take it for public use. You are taking it for public use. You're just waiting until a person gives up. Then all of a sudden, it's vacant land. It's vacant land now. That belongs to the city. Because that's what you thought that was. Because it's been in the family since 1966 and it's in 2017. So they got to be dead, or they don't got no family around, so they're not going to know, or any of those things, right? So we're just going to knock it down and say we don't know. Well, it's vacant. They're going to say it was vacant land. But hey, we had the deed and the trust, baby.
Come on, because everybody is so convinced, Zoe, that the reason why this is happening to you, or the reason why it's happening to me, is because it ain't in the trust. See, what's the first thing that people ask you? You got a trust? You should have had a trust. You should have had a trust. No, you don't have to have a trust. No. Number one, the will is the foundation. The will is the cake. A trust is like the frosting on a cake. You can have a perfectly delicious cake with no frosting at all. But the most delicious frosting in the world is no good if there's no cake. If you listen to any actual estate planners and professionals, they will tell you that even though you have a trust, you still have to have a will. You need the will. You have to have the will. Then in your instance, Zoe, you had a trust. You just described how your estate was in a trust, and they still manipulated the process to take your mother's building and not demolish her building and try to make claims to the land. What we need people to understand is that the city of Chicago, Cook County, is corrupt. Please stop trying to poke holes in what we're saying. Please stop trying to maneuver this and maneuver that. And please listen to what the facts are. The facts are they are corrupt. The facts are me and Zoe in previous shows, if you go back and look, have showed you all the documents. The documents, what they call documentary evidence. Evidence to prove that these judges, public administrators, Cook County clerks commit fraud. They commit perjury. They commit fraud on these documents so that they could steal the real estate. To waste time trying to make, you can't make sense of it.
Right.
You can't make sense of it. You can't. the only way to tackle this problem, which is the problem that we're having right now, is to go after the judges. The aldermen don't want to go after the judges. They're scared to death of these white judges. They are scared to death of them.
Right.
The white aldermen don't want to go after the judges because these are their friends. They're their colleagues.
Right.
So it leaves people like you and me squished in the middle, squished in the middle. We can't get help from the aldermen. We can't get help from the white ones. We can't get help from the black ones.
And Hispanics is trying to erase us. That's our competition right there.
Right, that's our competition. They trying to erase us. The Asians, well, they don't have nothing to do with it unless, some way it can be manipulated for a hate crime.
Right.
Other than that, but it's unbelievable. And the fact that it's happening right before our very eyes, and the fact that we sit in these meetings all day, 2-3 times a day. We don't leave just after public speaking. We sit through the whole meetings. And it's so amazing to see that you hear all these policies being brought before City Hall. You got all these people that come and sit in, as they call it, the box.
Right.
All these professionals, all these people from organizations come to rally about different issues and to protest different things and all this and that. But now me and you both know none of that means anything. It doesn't mean anything if you don't get justice in the courts.
Anything.
It's zero. It means absolutely nothing if you can't get justice in the courts. It doesn't matter what laws are on the books. The probate laws are already there. They're called the probate laws of 1975. They are already there. Been there apparently since 1975. Okay, the United States Constitution has been in effect since the 1700s. The 14th Amendment has been in effect since the 1800s.
Right.
The Fifth Amendment of eminent domain was in the Constitution even before the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendments were there.
Right.
Those laws, the United States Constitution is the supreme law of the land. All laws are based on the Constitution. Whether it be the federal law, whether it be the state laws, whether it be the local, county, city, and municipality laws, all of them are based on the United States Constitution. None of those laws are in conflict with the United States Constitution.
Right.
Every last one of those public officials took oaths to uphold the laws of the United States Constitution. Every single last one of them.
Every single last one.
Every single last one of them. Every single last one of them. Yet you can get into a public proceeding, legal proceeding, and every single last one of those laws are violated by the judges. The judges are supposed to be the trier of fact. The judges, but the judges break the law. They break the law. My mother's estate has been in probate now for over 8 years, not because of anything that my mother did.
Listen to this. So John Locke said that Americans should have life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. They changed it to the pursuit of happiness, probably for us Negroes. This is how important property is.
Well, that might be true, but we also know that, let's say that is true. But the 14th Amendment of due process specifically still states that we have due process rights to protect our life and our property. So the law for protections of property are still in the United States Constitution by way of the 14th Amendment. Even if that's true.
A Freedman Amendment.
a Freedman Amendment, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. The 14th Amendment is supposed to give us what? Equal protection under the law. Equal protection under the law. That speaks to how we throw that term around, no one is above the law. That's where that comes from. Because the 14th Amendment is supposed to grant everybody equal protection under the law. And they got us so hoodwinked right now that the average citizen doesn't even look at that.
Don't even look at that.
Don't even look at that part of the law. The only thing that they got us looking at now is arguing in terms of that the 14th Amendment, the naturalized citizen aspect of it, is to cover these illegal immigrants that come in here. That's the part of the 14th Amendment that they got everybody looking at. We're not focused on the due process protective rights to our life and our property. We're not focused on the due process rights that are violated in procedures when it comes to violating local court rules. Those procedural due process violations that end up making you lose your court cases. We're not looking at that. No, we too busy. They got us looking at that one part of the 14th Amendment that's for our naturalization as citizens. And got us looking at how they're giving that to the illegal immigrants. Well, you better be looking at the entire thing. Look at that whole 14th Amendment. And look how that whole 14th Amendment covers a ton of your rights. Don't you see every time Ben Crump is in front of a camera when it comes to these shootings and things like that? What's the first thing that come out of his mouth? Due process violations. When he represented those principals at Lindblom, that got, what was it, 5, 6 principals that was saying they was illegally fired from being a principal. What did Ben Crump claim? Their due process was violated. Even when Trump and that insurrection case, even in that, the issue of due process was raised. If Trump's due process had been violated or not. Due process in court proceedings is extremely important. Equal protection under the law. As a citizen, a pro se citizen, I have the right to represent myself in court. I do not have to have an attorney. I have the constitutional right to represent myself. And just because I choose to represent myself, it does not mean that the judges have the right to violate my right, to violate the Constitution, to violate local court rules, probate laws, eminent domain laws. It doesn't mean that. But they are allowed to get away with it in Cook County. Why? Because nobody checks the judges. They're untouchables. They're untouchables, and there's no way to resolve a court case if you can't deal with corrupt judges. It's no way.
Yep, no way.
It's no way. They can have me in this quote-unquote illegal eviction court, even with an attorney. If this attorney does not attack the matter of the corrupt judges,
corrupt judges.
Other than that, what, you just gonna sit here and keep filing stuff to justify one bad act after another, one bad act after another, one bad act after another. That's gonna go absolutely nowhere because Kwami Raul can't be found.
Where are you, Kwami?
So where are you? So what I'm doing now is I'm contacting the new state's attorney, Eileen O'Neill Burke.
Okay.
To give this information.
She locked up 11-year-old, right?
Yeah, that's the one that her claim to fame is an 11-year-old that she locked up. Okay. So now, and I'm not saying that, you know, I don't know much about that case. I just know that that's what she's known for. And so my thing is, if you find a legitimate reason, and I'm not saying it wasn't, okay, whatever, that you found it, you know, necessary to lock up an 11-year-old child whose brain is not fully developed, whose emotions are not fully developed, but maybe he did something so heinous. I don't know because I don't know the case. But I do know this. If you find fault of an 11-year-old, then there is absolutely no reason in the world why you cannot come after corrupt adults, even if they are judges, even if they are hired state attorneys, even if they are public administrators.
Because, you know, she was a judge.
She was a judge?
Yeah. And, you know, what I think about with that is now you done went from a judge to a state's prosecutor.
So the question is, are you going to come after these judges?
Are you going to
come after these judges? Are you going to come after these judges?
Are you going to come after these judges?
Are you going to come after these judges? But
yeah, they don't talk about that, but yeah, she was a judge too.
See, it's the recycling of the personnel. It's the recycling of the personnel. You know, this person was a this over here. This person was a that over there. This person was a this in this office, that in that office. This issue comes across your bench, or in this case, possibly to come across your desk. You don't want to come after them, because if you come after Judge Maguire and you resolve this issue, now you got to come after Judge O'Malley, who started the bad acts. Then you got to come after Judge Carolyn Gallagher, who, when I attempted to do a recusal on Terence Maguire, Judge Maguire, because he was messing up my mother's estate so bad, and Timothy Evans would not move him. Per the law, you're supposed to be able to recuse a judge. Per the law, if a judge knows that he's not being impartial and he's being biased, that he is supposed to be honest and decent enough to remove himself.
Right.
Not Judge Maguire, he refused to remove himself. He didn't have to remove himself. Why? Because once I started the recusal process and Judge Carolyn Gallagher was supposed to be the judge that was deciding upon the recusal, well, need I say more? She sat there and cheated for him. She cheated for Judge Maguire, ignored the evidence. Ignored the evidence.
Her term ends December 4th, 2028. We definitely got to get her out.
Got to get her out, but look how much more damage she can do. Look how much more damage Judge Maguire can do. See, that's the harm that Illinois has too. The fact that you can't recall these public officials here.
No.
They're going up. You can't recall them because, and I think Illinois is the only state that has it where you can't recall, public officials. So you can't recall them. You can't recall the judge. You can't get the Judicial Inquiry Board on them, but while it's in litigation, while your case is in litigation. You can't get your local alderman or commissioner to help you. You can't find Kwami Raul.
Can't find Kwami. Can't find Kwami. And Timothy Evans, it doesn't matter. You go to him. It's like when you get to the top, right? It's like when you go, it's like you're climbing, right? Get to the top. When you get to the top, to tell, like you went through every hoop to get to the top, to get to the people who will do the justice down here. And who is it? Kwami Raul, Tony Preckwinkle, Mayor Brandon Johnson, Timothy Evans. They all know about our cases.
In detail.
In detail. They all took oaths. They all took oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution and the Illinois state. And we still are doing Famous Friday, our fourth one.
And they are knowingly breaking the law.
Knowingly breaking the law.
That's the problem with our cases, Zoe.
Criminal.
When these aldermen and commissioner got in our cases, they just knew they was going to be able to find something. They was going to be able to find something to be able to tell us, see, that's why. See, it should have been. It's like how they say it should have been. It should have been in a trust. That's what y'all should have had a trust.
Right.
Or you hear them, well, see, they should have, see, your sister, she shouldn't have, your sister, see, she shouldn't have, it doesn't matter what my sister wanted. The higher the state attorney is supposed to uphold the will. The judges are supposed to uphold the law. The only reason why this has been in court for 8.5 years is because they are being allowed to break the law. It is no way that this probate case can legally and rightfully and fairly be in probate this long, except for they are violating all kind of constitutional rights, all kind of civil rights, all kind of local court rules, all kind of civil procedures. It's absolutely no way it would be in court this long. It is the abuse of the judicial system that has this in court this long. A criminal case doesn't even last this long.
Right. Like it's so illegal. Like what they're doing. So illegal. It is so illegal. Like,
and the fact that the mayor won't stop them. The mayor won't stop him, but yet he'll get on a press conference and talk about a bigger and better Chicago and how he's black with a black family and black children, how he's going to be looking out for black people. And he got 2 black women who he sees on a regular basis. And he has yet to tell them to settle this case. Mary Richardson Laurie, who is the general counsel for the city, has sat in city council meeting, one after another, and it's just sitting there listening to us.
Corporate counsel.
That was that other one, Jake Levine.
Also took an oath.
Who also took an oath. Then the other one with the glasses that be in there with the funny looking hair.
Oh yeah.
All of them have sat in here month after month after month after month listening to our cases. If we weren't telling the truth, they would have done something to stop us by now.
Right.
But we're telling the truth. So the only thing that they can do is just abuse their authority over and over again and just stand there and literally let the judges just refuse to settle our case. The fact that Alderman Talaferro and Alderman Mitchell and Lamont Williams, who is the chief of staff and general counsel for Bill Laurie, the fact that they met in a meeting on September 19th, 2024, and identified the fraudulent documents, the fraudulent cross petition and annex signed by the public administrator, Leah Jobakowski, and Louis G. Apostle, with this public administrator, private attorney, Thomas Leonweber, whose father, here we go with the nepotism junk again, whose father was federal judge Harry Leonweber, who was the judge for the R. Kelly case, the federal R. Kelly case. Here you are.
R. Kelly case.
Yeah. Here you are related to him, Thomas Lee Weber, a private attorney that the public administrator uses. Because the public administrator go get these private law firms. Now they went from Thomas Lee Weber's private law firm of Lee Weber, Daba, and Baroni, something like that, to this Roberts DeMonte out here in Park Ridge, Illinois. They just use public funds to do all these type of crooked things. Half of them are hooked up with real estate law firms, because now that we've looked these people up, all of them have real estate license. All of them are realtors.
Lieber, Baroni, and DeFada.
All of them. It's a straight up. It's a straight up real estate scam.
It's the biggest real estate Ponzi scheme. It's what it is. This is legit. That's all the government do is Ponzi schemes. Now they'll arrest you for a Ponzi scheme. They're gonna arrest you for a Ponzi scheme. But they are doing a Ponzi scheme with black people's generational wealth since the beginning of time.
Since the beginning of time.
Since the beginning of time. And you got people, they've normalized and gave us a Stockholm syndrome. Everybody, I'm trying to tell you, it's a battle trying to fight Stockholm syndrome. It's a battle trying to fight Stockholm syndrome, because you got the majority of your peers in race suffers from Stockholm syndrome. So that's why it's only me and Miss Jessica that was out here fighting for 2 years. Because everybody else, I'm going to get away from them. They talk crazy. I don't know. They doing too much. Now, you already know. Why would they? Now they blaming the government. The government knocking down buildings now. The government been knocking buildings down. The government been knocking buildings down. Oh, my God. They do too much. Oh, my God. Pay Uncle Sam. What the
How many times have people told me, I wouldn't even keep tripping. I would sell it. I just sell it. We are the only race of people who just have a callous attitude about real estate. We're the only race of people that, as far as we're concerned, when it comes to real estate, we can take it or leave it. Just sell it. We're the only group of people like that. And this is a recent mentality, because our parents knew the value of real estate. It was their claim to fame to work, buy some property, pay it off, so that they could pass it to their children, because they understood that real estate was the first step to generational wealth. They understood that a lot of us didn't understand stocks and bonds, and we ain't going to understand how gold works or how silver is, and other. But we do understand that you can own where you live. We do understand that you can invest in things like 2 flat buildings, 3 flat buildings.
Right.
And start generational wealth. We do understand that. And here it is. That's why so many of our parents did have wills. A lot of our parents had wills. Right. But because the government starts seeing now, here these people come and they got wills. This property is paid off and they got wills. So what did the state of Illinois decide? The state of Illinois says, you know what? Even though you got a will, even though it's no debt on the estate, even though there's no delinquent taxes due, even though the state don't have any ownership to it because you weren't in a home, the state of Illinois says, but still, if the estate has more than $100,000 in assets and or real estate, it still has to go through probate. Why? Why? Except for it to create a path for them to put their grubby little hands on your property And now once they got their hands on your property, they refuse to let go. I mean, the public administrators are just literally refusing to let go of my property.
And instead of people seeing that and understanding that, they make an excuse for them. Like, well, nah, see, because you're supposed to put it in a trust. See, you did that. See, that was on you. What? Like,
ain't that crazy?
Yeah, like, are you? It's like what? So that's it. That's the problem.
That's the problem. You know, just like I don't care what person, be it a public official or an attorney that comes into this case. The first thing they want to tell me about is, well, you know, how you can sell it. How, you know, okay, so you all can sell it, and then everybody can get their money. Oh, okay, so now what will happen is you all can buy each other out. And I mean, it's like, get it through your head that we don't have to get rid of our real estate.
Right.
I don't even get it. Why? I mean, the conversation that everybody want to bring to you is about how you can sell it.
Yeah.
When I was talking to the alderman, the first thing Tyler Farrell would tell, okay, well, you know, when I talked to Tina LaPusa, the real estate investigator for the public administrator, she was saying that, you know, now what's going to happen is what you all can do is you and your sisters can sell the property, and then it's like, why are you telling me about selling our property? We don't have to sell our property.
Right.
Look how many court documents have in there that Jessica's one false court document that Louis Apostle, the public administrator, put in the court document. And David Feldman, I think, David Feldman, the higher state attorney, put in the court document. Jessica is concerned that she won't receive her 1/3 ownership value out of the property. That's not my concern. Why would I be concerned about that? My mother's will says it's 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Why would I be concerned about receiving 1/3, my 1/3? My concern is that you keep trying to force me to sell this property. No, we're not going to chop it up. People have said to me, okay, well, it's 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. You keep your third and your two sisters can sell their third. No, they can't. This is the same building. So what do you want to have? You know, what am I going to have? I'm going to be the landlord for me up here on the first floor. Then it's going to be another landlord for the first floor tenants. And it's going to be another landlord for the basement apartment. It's going to be one owner right here. It's going to be, no, that's for me and my sisters.
Right.
Now, since my sisters have abandoned their responsibility because they have not provided any income support
right.
to this property, because they sit up here trying to do this bad acts with this higher state attorney, because they just sat up here and got in tricks with him. And they know that these attorneys ain't looking to lose no money. So if they can't force the sale of this building, which they cannot, which they will not, then they know that they will put a lien against their private homes. So they just want to keep on engaging in bad acts. No, if you don't want to do what our mother said, if you don't want everything split in 3 ways like our mother said, then according to my mother's will, if there's an inability to do what she says, if there is a refusal to do what she says, or in the event of death, then those rights and authority goes to the next child. So if they don't want to do what my mother says, they clearly have the option to sign their 1/3 over to me, which is what I'm going to tell them to do, fight for them to do in probate, because for 2 years they haven't paid any property taxes, they haven't paid any water bills, any gas bills, any repair bills, because they have sat here with the public administrators and have deprived the estate for income for almost 2 years. But to think that they can take their third and sell it to some stranger over across town. And then who's in charge of what? Then this stranger, I got to do business with some stranger. It's going to be 3 owners for one piece of property.
Right. Yeah, somebody says you need to pay your property taxes. I don't know if they're probably talking about me because you pay George.
I don't know who they're talking about. The property taxes are paid. Again, this is the
I think this one's
conversation.
for me, so I'm gonna let them
Okay,
know.
go ahead then. Deal with it, because I know it ain't for me. Deal with it.
So I'm letting them know that the city of Chicago owes my mother $3 billion. Okay? And the city of Chicago knocked down our property and has yet to pay us. Ain't nobody paying not a tax until they pay.
And until your situation is clear. Right now, they don't even have the paperwork cleared.
They have no paperwork cleared
why would you
because
pay property
they turned it
taxes
into
on
a
that?
vacant lot.
It's silly.
They don't have nothing because they tried to turn it into a vacant lot, not knowing that we still had the deed. Somebody said, what they wanted to put immigrants in their building. Of course, that's what they want to do.
Of course, that's what they want to do.
All right, let's get into Catherine. No, we did Carolyn Gallagher, right? So I'm looking. She earned her degree in 1979. She's that old?
She didn't seem that old. Let me think. 1979. Okay, because I got my degree in 85. No, she didn't seem that old. She didn't seem older than me.
Maybe. I think too they be lying.
I think I put it this way, like they say, I wouldn't start the rumor, but I'd sign a petition. She didn't. She again, Zoe, you make a good point. At this point, it's hard to tell. It's hard to say what's what. But the Carolyn Gallagher that I saw did not appear, we're going to use the word appear, to be older than me. And I got my bachelor's in 1985.
Right.
She did not appear to be older than me. But continue on with her credentials. Go ahead.
She really doesn't have that much.
She doesn't have that much.
And that's what I'm also learning too, right? What I'm also learning is a lot of these people that are in these probate courts and stuff like that, a lot of them are, they deal with like seniors or older people or people who maybe are not like tech savvy or computer savvy, because there's no, like, you can't find no reviews. And you can't find no reviews because they deal with like probate and estate planning. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
what do you do?
Even like with the Terence Maguire thing, even though they told he wasn't qualified, but then they went and hurried up and say he was qualified. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want us put nothing, like, these people are the worst.
They're the worst. But then, like you just said, he wasn't qualified. Then they turned around and made him qualified in 2020. Now listen, between that time, it had already started being an issue about Terence Maguire. So they go ahead and they push him into being qualified now. Now he's stuck on that bench. And you can't get rid of him. They won't recuse him because Carolyn Gallagher helped cheat that process. along with presiding probate judge Daniel B. Malone, who helped cheat the process. They just a bunch of corrupt judges.
Right. Yeah.
Corrupt judges. They just sitting there literally stealing real estate.
Stealing real estate. They are.
You know, they say, well, your issue is because of property taxes. Okay, well, what about my issue where the property taxes are paid that need to be paid to keep the estate out of trouble, but yet still the public administrators overriding my rights? I'm paying the property tax. This is how crazy and insane this is. I'm paying the property taxes, like I'm paying the water bill, I'm paying the gas bill, but yet the public administrator, by way of the corrupt Judge Maguire, has my hands tied where I can't do anything. But then they turn around, I didn't pay the property taxes, but they can drag me into municipal court by another corrupt judge. What was this judge, Hagging?
Right. And
By a judge Hagging to try to get me evicted from, illegally evicted, calling in another favor.
Right. And no one in their right mind is paying property taxes on a vacant lot, and they haven't paid us when we didn't do anything. The taxes was paid up before they knocked that building down. Mm-hmm. My mother's been fighting for them to compensate her for knocking that building down since 2017. My mother has everything and has everything to prove. Like, no, that's the problem. You guys let the government tell y'all anything. Y'all pay the price. Y'all pay it. Y'all whatever. I just don't want to deal with the government. I just don't want to deal with the government. I'm going to say, what? This is our tax dollar. We run this. It wouldn't be no government if it wasn't for us. We the people.
But that's crazy how I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with the government. But we so easy to deal with the government to get benefits like Section 8. Link. We never get too tired of standing them lines for that. We never get too tired to fill out forms for that. We never get too tired to make phone calls and be on hold for that. But when it comes time to fight for property, we ain't got time. We don't want to be bothered with it. And I think too, Zoe, Black people traditionally have learned how to have, especially when it comes to a certain class of Black people, right? We have learned to have like this false sense of pride, right? And so I think a lot of us who own property, what we make the mistake is we go and get an attorney, right? We go get attorneys. And the attorneys, because so many of them are corrupt, so many of these attorneys are corrupt, they end up making deals, coming back to you, and here you are the educated, here you are the belay, here you are here you are the professional. And this attorney looks you in your professional, educated face and tell you about how, well, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. And you're not going to question that attorney because after all, that's an attorney. And they're, boule like you are. They're in a high class like you are. And you never, and you never examine the fact that that attorney could be setting you up and that attorney could be lying. No, because you have an attorney. It's too much thrill to be able to tell people you have an attorney. Then there's another instance where you can have an attorney, and that attorney could be very innocent. That attorney could want the absolute best for you. That attorney could be very honest, upright. And the problem then becomes when the city or the county see that you have an upright attorney. Now they're going to keep on going because they're utilizing tax dollars.
Right.
And they're going to keep on going rather than stop.
rather than stop.
Rather than stop. Every time they get caught in a bad act, their mind never tells them to stop. Instead, their mind and their complete dependency on judicial corruption and judicial camaraderie makes them just keep going, keep going, keep going. So you, with your good attorney, you, even if he's the best attorney in the world, you can only continue to pay him for so long. And then you're going to start running out of money because the city and the county got unlimited money. And then once you run out of money and you can no longer pay this good, honest attorney, they got you like that.
Well,
They got you like that. And now you being, again, a professional, a member of the Boule class, a member of the quote unquote uppercut black people. Well, now you're just full of shame because you ran out of money and you could no longer afford to pay your attorney and you run out of money. And so now you're just telling people that you just couldn't deal with it anymore. You just giving it to God. You just praying about it. You just left that alone. You just left that alone.
Why they doing that? They're doing that. They're just doing too much. So
yeah.
The problem, the issue is we found
I believe that happened to them.
We found a loophole. See, I have my judge is Judge George Alonzo, George Alonzo, Jorge Alonzo. Okay, and I argued my case November 1st of last year, and we have the transcripts.
Yeah.
And I have two attorneys now. Now I have two attorneys. At that time, I had 5 attorneys because I was paranoid because of how corrupt this place is. I didn't trust anybody. I didn't know if my attorney was going to sell out or not. I didn't know. I just know that my mother been fighting this for too long, and they put her in the hospital. So I wanted to make sure that every T was crossed and every I was dotted. And so I did all that. I got to argue that case. And then I read that in 120 days I should have an answer. And I never got
an answer. How long has it been? How long has it been?
It's been over a year now.
And you still haven't gotten your answer. It's just sitting on that judge's desk. It's just sitting there on his desk. Because he don't want to rule against the judge.
The transcripts is there. The transcripts is there. The evidence is there. The fraud in the case is there because the judge, the lawyer for the city, they committed a fraudulent act, a few fraudulent acts, and it caught up. He didn't do his due diligence because they don't do due diligence. They don't even know what due diligence is. And they are so used to paying off these judges and paying off these attorneys and paying off all this, while if you're pro se, they still going to kick it out or still dismiss it. You can have everything to show that you won the case, but they still will dismiss it.
Yeah.
That's why my case is not, he can't do nothing because he's the crazy thing about my judge is he tried Willie Cochran, that alderman. He's the one who put him in jail, right? And he said that he is tired of the corruption in Chicago. It's this long and pathetic path of corruption in Chicago. This is what my judge said when he sentenced a former alderman. He also sentenced a former inspector general. So you get the corruption. You know it's corruption. So why is my case not settled yet?
because he don't want to quote unquote smoke from the fellow judicials. See, it's just like Louis G. Apostle that day when he met me personally in front of the out there at the Cook County Board of Commissioner meeting, when he specifically said to me right there in that hallway area, me and him was talking. Louis G. Apostle, the public administrator, he said to me, quote unquote, I know about your case. It should not be in public administration, and I'm going to take it out. That's what he said to me. I even have an email from that same Louis G. Apostle that in 2023, he wrote an email to me saying that clearly your mother has a will that was duly executed, where everything is divided between you and your 3 sisters equally. I got that in an email from that man. Do you know 2 months ago in November, he filed another court document in court right now saying my mother died without a will. So you talking about what you read about this judge. You talking about what you said to this judge in the courtroom, and you say, but he still won't settle your case because he's tied between what to do. No, they're crooked. Louis Apostle ain't tied between what to do. He crooked. These public officials, they're not tied between anything. They're crooked. Tyler Farrell and Greg Mitchell, I hate to say it, I thought they was on the up and up. I really did. I really did. Despite the different things that I had heard about them, I really believed that they were on the up and up. Why? Because we had met with them. We had reviewed the documents. Tyler Farrell at one point even helped us put our cases together at the beginning stages.
Yeah.
I really honestly thought that they were going to be acting on my behalf. But they didn't. At the end of the day, no, they didn't.
No,
at the end of the day, they went in that meeting and they sold my case out. At the end of the day, they will not go to this Eileen Burke and tell her what they know to make a complaint against these judges. No, they won't. At the end of the day, Superintendent Snelling had the power to do that. Mm-hmm. He's heard me talking public comments about it. We've all held conversations about these corrupt judges. Like I said, and then we could bring up the guest, or either is John in the chat.
I'm not sure, but we can bring up.
Wait, because I want to because I did write this letter to Eileen Burke about asking for assistance with these judges and informing her that, you know, not only am I looking for her to do it, but also the new Assistant U.S. Attorney General for the Northern District that's here, the Richard Rothblatt, to report it to him, because something has to be done. And like I say, and said over before, we have to take advantage of the fact that we, for the first time in history, we have a president of the United States that is completely aware of the corruption of courts because of what he went through with the court. If you could just get your head from around, he did it, and they did 34 counts, and you didn't know that. If you could just and tap into the fact that he has full knowledge of the corruptness of the judicial system. He has full knowledge of it. So why would we not take advantage of the fact that he's in office and deal with some real judicial reform? You can say we was doing too much and all that if you want to. That's completely up to you. But I found that we did the exact appropriate measures, that we as responsible people, as property owners, as citizens, we did exactly the right thing to do when we sought assistance from the federal government, when we said we need to change the federal government so that we can have some help. Because clearly at the local level, the Democratic Party was not helping us. All of these judges are Democrats, not Republicans, they're Democrats.
Right.
Every last one of these public administrators are Democrats. Every last one of them. So we needed help, or either we could continue to sit here and keep on fumbling around with the local government. Instead, we decided, let's do what we could to get a change at the federal level so that we could have some help, so that now we can go to somebody else to help us. And so far, it looks like we are putting ourselves in a position, or have put ourselves in a position, to get that help from the Trump administration and the federal government when he gets into office. In fact, there are signs now that help is on the way, because the FBI spoke with me twice.
Yeah.
About twice, by way of the referral of this new Assistant U.S. Attorney General Roth Black. So I am putting it in the lap of Eileen Burke. She's new. See if you're going to do something different.
Right.
But if not, we're going to keep on with the federal. Because I'm not going to sit here and let a bunch of corrupt judges steal from me.
Tony Preckwinkle still hasn't congratulated her.
Is that right?
Yeah, she's still so
how you know that?
Maybe she know that she coming to get her.
Uh-huh. Or if it could be some quote unquote historical bad blood between the two. Because remember, we're talking about recycling the same people.
Right.
You know? After all, we're talking about recycling the same people. So it could be some bad blood, which speaks to another thing. How you as a citizen gets caught up in their mess.
Oh yeah, like Tony Preckwinkle and Timothy Evans don't get along.
Right.
How y'all are co-workers, colleagues, and y'all don't get along. So nothing's never going to get resolved.
Right, because
it's never going to get resolved. Not only are they corrupt, they don't like each other.
Don't like each other. So Tony Preckwinkle, far as she's concerned, maybe, this is me talking, far as she's concerned, maybe she's looking at, well, let the feds get Timothy Evans in. Let them get him. Instead of making him solve my case, rather than making him do a demand that the public administrators do the right thing. She could very well just be, let the feds get him then. I don't care. And got me tied up. Or you got Tyler Farrell or Greg Mitchell, maybe, I don't know, maybe they in something. And now it's time for you to come on with it and go full-fledged against these judges to help me. You can't. You can't. Because
they literally got chained to the government. They are slaves to the government. They are the slaves to the government, and y'all don't even see that. They're the slaves. They can't do nothing.
Instead, they would rather look at us and say, well, what about the property tax? Your sister probably took out a loan behind y'all back. You just won't accept corruption. But at the same time, you'll hear a person at any time go on and on about how, well, you know how corrupt Chicago is. You know it's Crook County. You know, well, which one is it? You know, it's white supremacy. Okay, which one is it?
More to it when it comes to us.
But then when it comes to two black people who actually got cases, it's more to it. And the reality is that's the reason why our cases are going on this long. It's because it's not more to it.
The fact
The
that some of them
reality is,
aldermen, the fact that some of them aldermen in there asked, Greg Mitchell asked me, was I paid by the Republican Party? He was like, I want to clear the elephant in the room. I want to know if you're paid by the Republican Party. The fact that they don't even see the fight, they don't see that I'm fighting because the city of Chicago unlawfully demolished my family's commercial building with 4 apartments on the top. It was commercial and residential. This was my generational wealth. This could have been my podcast studio at the bottom. And I could have lived up top. My mother could have lived next to me. My sister could have lived over to the side of me. We could have had a guest apartment for when my friends and family come and visit. Like, this was what I had. And the city of Chicago demolished it with no court order, with no court order, nothing. Because they thought they were under the impression that they owned it. What?
How?
That's legit.
How are you under the impression that you own it? How? Just like how? Just like, how does the public office of public administration think that they can have the right to evict me out of my own property that's paid for?
How?
That's bequeathed to me. How? Except for you are knowingly breaking the law. You are knowingly doing it. And you have a heavy reliance on corrupt judicial camaraderie. You are completely leaning on the fact that the other judges that are equal to you or outrank, are over you or supervise you, that they are just as crooked as you are. There is no loophole. That's the problem. When we met with the aldermen, when we met with in these special meetings, and they actually saw that there is no loophole. That my mother had a will. She named as executor and successors. She had no debt. That is supposed to just transfer the ownership of the property from my mother over to her 3 daughters. There is no loophole.
No.
And when they saw that, right, when they saw that, they couldn't say, oh, see right here, that's how come, you see, because, see, you could do this, because this, and when they saw that there was none of that there. See, I believe that a lot of times in probate, let's say somebody owes something like $2,000 to a credit card. And then you got situations, let's say like me and my sister, siblings who don't get along. So now let's say this person dies and they didn't have any money. They might have property, but they didn't have any money. Right. And so now the estate, the hired estate attorney and the probate judge says, well, you got to pay this $2,000 that the decedent owned before they died. If you don't pay this $2,000, then you got to sell the property to take care of this $2,000 debt. You got some Black people, and I can only say Black people because I'm around them the most, who, rather than the siblings saying, okay, let's go and pay the $2,000. Let's divide it by 3 and pay that so we can keep the building. You got siblings. I ain't going to pay it, you pay it. I ain't going to pay it, you pay it. I ain't going to pay it, you pay it. Okay, then just sell the property then. Just sell the property. Because after all, we the only group that have a very careless attitude when it comes to real estate. We're the only group that think that you can just replace real estate in the blink of an eye, in the snap of a finger. We're the only ones who believe that we could sell our property, get this little bit that's broke off to us after they done chopped it up with all type of fees, all type of costs, all type of, and then you walk away with this much. We the only ones who think that we're in a better position because now we taking this teeny weeny money and we gonna go put it down on something else. And now we finna get in a whole 30-year mortgage. We're the only ones that see it that way. And then you'll end up having to hire the state attorney, sell your property to take care of a mere $2,000 debt. And you got crooked judges like Terence Maguire, like Curlin Gallagher, like Daniel B. Malone, like John Robert Blakery, like this, what is the Higgins' first name? Carolyn Higgins? Colleen Higgins. You got crooked judges like that who will go ahead and say, yeah, well, you got to sell the property. Got to sell the property then for a mere $2,000 when the property is already paid for. And then no sooner than you sell it for this $2,000 and they take this fee and that fee and chop this and chop that. These same judges and hired state attorneys gonna come right behind you by way of an LLC or investment company and take that property. And you've gotten rid of it for a mere $2,000. When from my experience with the probate court, it seems to me if they can drag this on for 8 years, then why would the court not give that estate, the heirs, a payment plan for $2,000? Pay $200 every month to take care of the $2,000, because clearly it's no rush to get an estate out of probate. Clearly it's no rush to do it. So why not? If these are minuscule amounts, and I would consider, if a property is paid for, I would consider a minuscule amount to be anything under $10,000. Anything under $10,000 that those heirs or the family should be allowed to be on some type of payment plan with the court.
Right.
Because clearly the court the court is open to letting things go on for years.
Right.
So why at the snap of a finger should heirs be forced to have to sell their property?
Right. Right.
It's nothing but a real estate scam. It's nothing but a real estate scam.
The biggest Ponzi scheme.
So we've learned through this whole ordeal that they get property through probate, they get property illegally through eminent domain. We've heard stories of illegal foreclosures, illegal reverse mortgages, illegal evictions, illegal property tax evictions, and now we've recently learned how even through divorce proceedings,
come on now,
they can take a property. And I didn't even think of divorce as a way to do it until we talk to this next guest that's coming up. So introduce the next guest, Zoe, and give some background.
Jackie Sample. She should be coming up.
Okay.
Soon. Jackie, I met Jackie. We actually did an episode called A Dose of Medicine, and we talked about her divorce. Hold on, let me resend it to her again.
Okay. So I hadn't even considered divorce to be a way to take property, but after hearing her story, I see how, yeah, it could be. These people are financial scavengers. In fact, they're financial assassinators. You know, me and John H. was talking earlier today. Now, for the audience, while we waiting for this, I guess, to come up, John H. is the attorney that's helping me now at this very delicate tail end. And he's a Republican, and he's being kind and really helping me get through this. But one thing that I would advise anybody still you pay attention to what this attorney is writing. You still look at your paperwork. You still engage in dialogue and conversation with that attorney. Don't just take your eyes completely off of your situations, because nobody knows your case better than you do. Nobody.
Yeah. Nobody.
But I'm expecting some good things from John, because he appears to want to do some good things politically and good things in law, and so we're going to see him. The main thing is we're going to try to get this press conference, but yeah, but even in the best situations, still keep your eye on your stuff, keep your eye on your case.
Yeah, you got to. But I think with the lawyers now, I think it's a few that are curious and want to help, but they got
Yeah,
it
I think the
like
curiosity. Yeah, I think you're right about that. The curiosity of it at this point. Yeah.
but they're told that, well, if your law degree is in immigration, you only can do immigration. If your degree is only in corporate law, you only can do corporate law. And not them being able to. The law is the law.
Yeah, because that's strange. Because if you can represent yourself in pro se, then I don't know. Then why would why would that matter?
Right,
Hello.
Jackie.
Hello. Hey.
Hi. Welcome to Famous Friday. Let's go. Let's make your judge famous, girl. Come on.
Judge Neil Cerny. He's up on the list next. Judge Neil Cerny is representing my spouse in court. He's acting as my spouse's attorney in court. So, yeah, they are also trying to take my property, my house that I live in, that I currently live in. They're trying to force me to sell my house. That's what they've been doing.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
Oh, I'm referring to.
Wait a minute. First, introduce yourself to the audience.
Okay.
And explain, give us a little bit of background information and explain how it is that you wanted to come here today and tell your story about your judge as well. Just so that the people have a little bit of idea and background information so they can see the common ground of what it is that we're talking about in terms of the corrupt judges and in terms of the quest for these real estate schemes and scams, how it ends up boiling down to being about property. That's the common denominator in this conversation. Crooked judges and the theft of property.
There we go. So I started going through a divorce around 2013 in the DuPage County Courthouse. My first judge was named Judge Kenton Scarron. Right shortly after the divorce was filed, within a few months, there's a motion that come up with opposing counsel to try and force me to sell my home, right? And there's no reason for me to sell my home because we could afford to keep my house. However, the judge signed this order trying to force me to sell the house. So when I started making noise, writing complaints and stuff, he transferred my case to a different judge because he was running for office. He didn't want this to interfere with him running for office. Judge Kenton Scarron, he didn't win, he did lose. So anyway, let's go to judge number 2, Judge James Orrell. Judge James Orrell is trying to enforce an order to push me to sell my home that I live in. He imposed some fines on me of $100 a day and $6,000 a month to be deducted from my marital estate, because I won't sign a contract to sell my house. There's no reason for me to sell my house. We have millions in our estate, and I can afford to keep my house. And not to mention, opposing counsel put a motion together, putting the value probably about $1 million less than the actual value. So I started writing letters about that, letter after letter, and eventually now he's retiring. Well, actually, he just retired at the end of 2024. However, about 3 weeks before this judge retired, he recused himself from my case. Opposing counsel, the whole team, they checked out. Everybody's left my case now that my spouse is missing in action. But yeah, it's some scheme where they want to force me out of my home and take my home and these assets from the house that I live in. And I'm not selling my house. I'm not leaving my house.
You're not leaving your
So
house.
now
built your house. You built your house.
I built my home. I'm the builder. I'm the designer. I built my house, designed it. These are my assets I used to build this house. So no, I'm not selling my house. I have equity in my house, and they're trying to take that too. So first it was Judge Kenton Scarn, judge number one. Then there was Judge James Orrell, who's retiring but recused himself about 3 weeks ago, along with the other dirty attorneys. And now we're on judge number three, Judge Neil Cerny. The difference with Judge Cerny is my spouse doesn't even have to be in court. He doesn't bother to show up in court because Judge Neil Cerny is representing my spouse as though he's my spouse's attorney in court.
And he's supposed to be the judge?
He's the judge, but he's also acting as my spouse's attorney. He's this judge was quoting Supreme Court laws to me. Well, my spouse isn't even there to speak on his behalf. He's defied court order after court order, but they refuse to hold him accountable. So instead of holding him accountable, issuing a bench warrant because he stole millions in our assets, he's dissipated funds, transferred funds overseas. This has been going on for nearly 2 years with these judges. Why would anybody perjure themselves on the witness stand, submit 3 falsified financial affidavits, continually break court orders unless they knew they won't be held accountable? So my spouse has worked out some arrangements with the judges before the divorce. And right off the bat, they want to push me to sell my house. And if you look at the motion, the value of my house that they listed is well beyond the actual value. Way beyond. It's about $1 million. It's about $1 million less than the actual value. And that's what they're trying to force me to sign off on. So I asked, well, where does the other $1 million go? In an escrow with my spouse's attorneys for my spouse to use whatever he deems necessary or fit. So I wonder, what's their fee? What's their, fee for that? I don't mean the attorney's fee.
This judge is terrible too. The comments for Neil Cerny is terrible.
Oh, you saw his reviews are really bad. This guy, his first time.
Oh, there are reviews there for this particular judge, though?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. He's part of the good old boys club, and he wants me to be a good little colored girl and just sit and take it.
Yes. Yes. He wants to be a good little colored girl.
And just take it. And not
just take it.
Just shut up and just take what we're giving you.
And when do you go to court again?
I go back to court on Monday, the 6th. So we're planning some big court date, and they all seem to be very excited about this January 6th court date at 9:25, 9:20. So I'll be in court again on Monday. But this judge has denied my motions, like emergency motions, because my spouse is supposedly missing in action and he's not following through with financial obligations. But it's interesting how they allowed him to dissipate millions in assets and still, over almost a period of almost 2 years, they allowed him to get away with it. So now that he's left the jurisdiction with my money, now the judge and the legal team, everybody's leaving the case. They left the case now after they allowed him to leave the money and give the judge.
Yeah, that's a pattern. That's a pattern. That's a pattern that they just flip judges, just run through judges,
Right.
Or either, like in my case, switch out judges, just switch out judges, and then, like you said, the goal is to just mess you up financially.
Exactly.
In your instance, by not appraising the property properly, to make you sell for less, to force you to sell, by not giving you the amount of financial support that you're entitled to by way of this divorce proceeding, to force you into financial hardship. The same thing that they're doing to me. You got these tenants squatting for almost 2 years.
Yep.
Not giving me any income with the hope of pressing me up against the wall where I can't pay property taxes. Because
Exactly.
if I can't pay these property taxes, then they can take the property by way of property taxes, and that will supersede the legal power of the will.
Exactly. Yep, exactly. Mm-hmm.
That's the financial hardship, the intentional financial hardship inflicted on litigants
Mm-hmm.
in the court proceedings because they're trying to take the property.
They are.
Trying to take the property.
Yeah, they are.
And
You know,
they all work together. Like this
they do.
is the judicial, the executive, and the legislative branch. They all work together and they're all corrupt. And they all are violating the U.S. Constitution. Each branch of government.
Yep.
Each branch.
They are. You know, they're intentionally keeping me broke so that I have no recourse. They are
so you have no recourse.
Intentionally keeping me away from my financial estate. They are intentionally helping my spouse. Well, they've helped him to the point where he's taken off with our estate. He's missing in action, don't know where he is. And now the judges, they're all backing off. Now they're leaving the case. They left the case, but they're leaving me in financial ruins.
Yep.
A 2-year period.
Yep.
And when you go, and who is the chief judge in your in DuPage County?
The chief judge out there, her name is Bonnie Wheaton. So
you reached out to Bonnie. Bonnie Wheaton is like Tim Evans.
Exactly. She is like Tim Evans of DuPage County.
DuPage County.
A woman. So I don't understand.
A white woman.
Yes, I don't understand. She knows what's happening. I've made her aware. She's fully aware of what's happening. I've asked her, you can read the court transcripts. You don't have to take my word for what I'm saying. You can read the court transcripts. It's so bold. When you have a judge threatening me with incarceration in jail constantly, hostile, intimidation, allowing a stranger to come and take me while I'm on the witness stand.
Right.
To intimidate. Oh,
to intimidate. Yep, to intimidate. Yep.
I was on the streets of Chicago, and this guy, this dirtbag came circling me, telling me the judge wants your house sold. I don't know who this man was. He's circling me saying, I know who you are, and saying my first and last name. I know where you live and all this information. So I went to get my phone to record him back, and he took off. So I went after him because I wanted to videotape him. So I'm videotaping this man, and he says to me, yeah, I want some of that equity in your house. It's in Burridge, right? And I have it on videotape. So you got a guy on the street coming after me, telling me the judge wants your house sold, ordering me on the streets of Chicago, out of the blue.
Out of the blue. They're just corrupt. They're just corrupt. The intimidation. I think that's a good thing that you brought up about being intimidated and threatened. In my case, Judge Maguire and Leah Jubakowski and Louis Apostle, public administrator, they put on a court order. Well, it's called a cross petition for will and annex, which is the document that they illegally used to illegally put my mother's estate into public administration. Mm-hmm. On that form, the judge put Jessica Thomas Jackson has been banned to act in this court. That never happened. Mm. There is no court order to say that I was banned. There is no court order to show why, when. It never happened. Just a straight up fraudulent and perjurious statement on a court document. The court document that is used to wrongfully put my mother's estate into probate, into public administration, and they will not let it out. And like I said, that's the document that was reviewed by the public officials in a meeting. And they all identified that that was a fraudulent document, that that statement was perjurious, that it never happened, that there was nothing to support that.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they were able to get up, walk out that meeting, keep on going, and continue in bad acts even after that.
Wow.
Wow was right. Wow was right. Wow was right.
Like who cares about due diligence? There's no due diligence.
Mm-mm.
What's the purpose of due diligence?
No.
What is the purpose of the law if the judges will not uphold it?
Exactly.
See, that can't be reiterated enough. It all boils down to the judges. You are having problems in your divorce case because the judges
don't follow the
are
law.
not upholding the law.
No,
I'm having problems with my probate case because the judges are not upholding the law. Zoe, you and your mother are having problems with your eminent domain issue because the judges are not upholding the law. The laws are there. They're there. They're on paper, been in place for years. You know where to find them. It's not an issue of the law. It's the issue that the judges are refusing to uphold the law. And then the other people that are in place, like our aldermen, city council, that's supposed to be what? The legislative branch of city government. They're sitting there literally saying there's nothing that they could do. They're in a meeting with fraudulent documents with public administrators who did the fraudulent and the members of the legislative branch, which is supposed to be the lawmakers of city council. Walk away and say it ain't nothing they can do. That's crazy. That's corrupt.
What happened in my case? It's so funny you said that. The judge told me the other day, there is nothing I can do. I asked him to hold my spouse accountable. He's not coming to court. He's not following the court order. He's been dismissing court orders since they've issued them over almost 2 years. The judge said, there's nothing I can do. You know what I said to the judge? You mean there's nothing you won't do? You mean you won't do it?
Yeah. No one.
Right.
And some
they
of the judges
they don't want to
are breaking the law too. It's not only that they're not upholding the law. Some of them are breaking the law. In my case, you have judges threatening the person over and over, intimidating them. Intimidation is a crime under federal laws.
And it's a violation of the canon laws for judges as well. It sure is.
It sure is. Yeah. And the intimidation that I faced, it's not on a small level. I mean, it's like it was constant intimidation, yelling at me, threatening me with jail. I used to go to court thinking, okay, is this the day I'm going to be locked up? Unfairly locked up. I'm respectful to the judges in the courtroom, but going to court with this threat hanging over my head that they're going to lock me up today. They're going to lock me up. Not only was I being threatened by the judges, I was being threatened by attorneys, and even some of the attorneys that I hire, my own attorneys, telling me I could be locked up because I'm speaking about the case, or I could be locked up because I'm protesting. Since when do you get locked up for a peaceful protest?
They just don't follow. They don't follow law. They don't care. They're gonna do what they want. This is a dictatorship.
Yeah,
we live in a dictatorship.
Yeah, and because I'm protesting and continue, then they started the retaliation, more threats, more retaliation. People coming in the courtroom, taping me with their phones, people walking up to me on the streets in a threatening manner. The judge wants your house sold. He wants the house sold. Like, this is like modern day mafia.
Mm-hmm. It's modern day mafia. Right. It's a form of mob justice.
It is. It's like, and you know what, too? This is starting to look a lot like, Operation Greystone.
Operation Grey Lord.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Grey Lord 2.0. Operation.
Yeah, it is. If the FBI were to step in and do the investigation, you are absolutely right. The end will be Operation Grey Lord.
There's going to be some arrests. Look, I have such good documentation evidence of legal these opposing counsel breaking the law, altering court orders. And
Come
guess what?
on.
My new judge, do you know he filed a falsified court order? Because, okay, so he gave me a hard time about accepting the notice of motion. He kept saying I didn't file it properly. Yes, I did. Here's a copy. I have no proof. We went back and forth, but he eventually accepted it because I did file it and my spouse did get the notice, right? So
Right.
even though he accepted it in court, he told the court reporter to record it. He gave it to her and said, record this. But when he did his order on the same hearing from the same day, his reason for denying my motion was because he listed that I did not do the notice of motion. But you just accepted it.
Mm-hmm.
So every time I go to court, he gives me a different reason why he's turning down my motion. But if you accept the notice of motion, you accepted it on the record. You can't then file it in your court order that I didn't. That's why. That's your reason for denying my motion.
Mm-hmm. In my federal court, in my federal case, the federal judge denied every single thing I submitted to the court. Every single thing that I submitted to the court, the judge denied it. Yet everything that the opposing side, because my case was against judges. It was against the judges and the public administrators in the circuit court probate case. And every single thing that I filed, the judge denied it. Everything. Just like everything that the judge's side submitted.
So you know what?
They approved it. Whether it was fraudulent, whether it was incorrect, whether it was perjurious, the judge, the federal judge approved it.
So, okay. God, that's so disturbing. So I filed a federal lawsuit, but I didn't list the judges because I kind of was concerned that that would happen. No one's holding these judges accountable. Judges in federal court, whatever, they're not holding these judges accountable.
You're not.
The only thing that's going to hold them accountable is if the FBI get involved, Department of Justice, and they launch an investigation.
That's it.
Otherwise, they're going to keep committing criminal activities.
They need to go to jail. They need to go to jail. The fact that they could just steal people's property like this, the fact that they could just break the law like this, they need to go to jail.
And taking oaths. They are taking oaths.
Yep. But why do they get to keep their pension? They can ruin your life financially, steal money, take bribes, but they keep their pensions.
Come on. Like Ed Burke. The Alderman Ed Burke that's in jail now, same thing. I read that the Illinois State Supreme Court did not take his law license. That they are still, yes, that Ed Burke still has his law license. And the reason that I read is that they said when they went to go vote for, when the Illinois State Supreme Court went to go vote for, that they didn't have a quorum.
Well, you know what?
Now,
I need to contact Ed Burke because I need an attorney then.
Come on. Come on.
I'm gonna contact
and we're sitting while we're sitting in City Hall, meeting after meeting, they hold meeting after meeting without a quorum. Yet they did not proceed with the process of taking Ed Burke's law license. Okay. Because they claimed they didn't have a quorum. So you got an alderman that's convicted of federal crimes sitting in jail, and he still keep his law license. Now it would be different. It would be different if if he went to jail for something that was completely unrelated to his profession. Let's say he went to jail because he had picked up some hookers or something. I'm just saying. Okay. Then that's completely unrelated. Okay. He go to jail. He still have his license. But because he went to jail for crimes that was connected to his public office and he utilized his position as an attorney.
Well, the ARDC
now is he still having his license.
So the Attorney Registration Discipline Committee, ARDC.
Yeah, no good.
A waste of time.
A waste of time. I reported my attorney to the ARDC twice. And you know what their response was? They said that they could not go and do an investigation against attorney David Feldman. They said because he had not been held in contempt or sanctioned by a judge. So that right there, it means nothing, because if the judges are in cahoots
They're not
with the district attorneys, of course they're not going to sanction them or hold them in contempt. That's shooting them in the foot. They self in the foot. So now you can't go to the ARDC. You cannot go to the Judicial Inquiry Board. You cannot have them recalled. You cannot find Illinois attorney Kwami Raul, which in my case is even crazier because my defendants were judges. Kwami Raul was the office that represented them. The assistant attorney general name was Mary Johnston. She was the assistant, Mary J. Johnston. She was the assistant to Kwami Raul. So it says on my paperwork, assistant to the Illinois Attorney General Kwami Raul. So here it is, Kwami Raul's legal person from his office is knowingly committing fraud, knowingly committing perjury, knowingly breaking the law in the federal court proceedings. Kwami Raul's assistant, Mary Johnston, committed fraud, committed perjury, along with the Office of Public Administration and the probate judges in my federal case. Kwami Raul's people. And now when you go to find him, he won't answer a phone call because according to Commissioner Bill Laurie, he said he was calling Kwami Raul about my case to get it investigated. That's what Commissioner Bill Laurie swear up and down. But Kwami Raul didn't answer.
I live right next to him.
Yeah, according to Alderman Brandon Riley. He said that Kwami Raul was his neighbor, and when him and Alderman Tyler Farrell, Alderman Greg Mitchell, and Alderman Anthony Napoleonian, they call him Naps, all of us met and reviewed my documents, saw the fraudulent documents, saw the perjurious documents, saw the letters that had been written to Kwami Raul from Alderman Tyler Farrell. And he said that Kwami Raul was his neighbor, and he was going to go knock on his door. Nothing came of that.
Nothing came of that.
Yeah, I reached out to
came of that. Then I had a senator, Senator Terry Bryant, down in, she's a senator, Republican senator down there in Springfield. She went trying to find Kwami Raul by way of his Springfield office. Nothing came from that.
I reached out to Kwami Raul as well.
Did you get anything?
Absolutely nothing. So I'm about to reach out to him again because there's been so many different updates to my case. Why was my judge made to retire? I think for a reason, right? Why do you think he's retiring? Well, he retired 2024. Why did he recuse himself? Why did all the attorneys all run away from my case when Madison takes off and he's missing in action? So now that Madison's gone with millions and they're all running from my case after they helped him get away with millions. Somebody got invested in that.
The noobs probably know where Kwami Raul is. He's a noob.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Maybe they know where he is. Nobody can find him. You know, and then what's so crazy is Kwami Raul has a whole civil rights unit.
Right.
The Illinois Attorney General got a whole civil rights unit that's supposed to be for investigating issues with Black people's property getting stolen. Yet his Assistant Attorney General Mary Johnston is sitting up here committing fraud along with the public administrators and probate judges in a case.
Somebody just asked this Kwami.
Remember Ms. Jackson? Remember we went to Kwami Raul's office?
Yeah, we went to his office.
We need to
The
go.
one over there on what is it, on LaSalle Street? We went there. Nothing.
If they let you in, or do you
Yeah.
have to have an appointment to go in?
No, they let us in, but we couldn't see
They
him.
let us back in there, but they let us in.
Right, but we didn't see him. Just like this other lady we know, Ramona. That's a like a public servant type of person. Public what would you call Ramona? Like a public liaison person, let's say. She said a group that she was with went looking for Kwami Raul. Couldn't get to him. What is it, John from the FOP? He told me he was looking for Kwami Raul. Can't get to him. Nobody can find Kwami Raul. The only time in recent times that Kwami Raul has been made visible is a couple of weeks ago. What was last month? He popped his head out and made a statement. Well, wrote a letter, or made a statement to Mayor Brandon Johnson that if he tried to cut any police jobs, he would hold him in some type of contempt. And then some representative from Kwami Raul's office just issued a letter regarding the investigation to this Chicago Public School Board issue. Other than that, you can't get him.
Yeah, but no, remember what you told me? Remember what you told me the other day, though? When does Kwami Raul come out?
When he coming for Brandon Johnson?
We only come for Brandon Johnson.
When he coming for Brandon Johnson? But he won't come out to go get them white judges. He won't come out to go get them white public administrators. If anything, Brandon Johnson needs to thank us for putting him up on game. If anything, Brandon Johnson could take this and go put a racial discrimination case probably against Kwame. Because you won't bother these white judges. You won't go get them, but you keep on surfacing to come get me.
And he won't come out to DuPage County. I mean, they're so terrible in DuPage County. Extreme racism. The first time I had Judge Neil Cerny, do you know this man showed up on the bench with a checker shirt and some jeans? It's like he got his little uniform, the good old boy's uniform. He didn't even have on a robe.
What?
Kid you not.
It's the unprofessionalism of it all.
No judicial robe. I think they should retire their judicial robes anyway and just put on a bathrobe. They don't need a judicial robe.
Well, you know what we used to say back in the day. You know what we used to say. You don't hear a lot of people saying it now, but you know what we used to say back in the day, that the Klan turned in their white robes for black robes.
100%. I've experienced
100%.
that.
We used to say that all the time back in the day. You just don't hear a lot of people saying that today. But back in the day, we used to say it all the time, that the Klan gave up, they turned in their white robes for black robes. And it appears that it's still some truth to that.
It absolutely is. I've experienced that.
I mean, we're witnessing it right now.
I'm living it. I am living it.
We're living it. You're right.
They don't even see me as a human being. They don't treat me as they don't view me as a human being.
Like these oaths that they're taking is anti-American. So anti-American citizens, they are taking an oath like the Democratic Party is borderline Satan.
Yep.
Like Satan is running America right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right, they straight playing
America for the last 4 years.
Right, they straight playing kick the can with our lives, just like just kick the can with our lives. Like, Negro, you ain't shit. Look, you know what? What? You know, the level of disrespect. You know, the level of disrespect to my mother's memory. The fact that my mother could take all the steps to do the right thing, and the fact that her daughter have to be in court fighting like this, as if my mother died without her business taken care of, as if she didn't do the right thing, due to these corrupt, no good, sorry, racist judges. Now I got to be in here fighting my mother's daughter.
Supervisor is a slave to the government and can't do right.
Absolutely.
You know,
I
you
filed.
know, and it's just a historical disregard for Black family. They
Absolutely.
could care less that they are destroying legacies of ours. They could care less that you make contributing to the irreparable harm that
Absolutely.
you're causing between me and my sisters or
Absolutely.
with my mother's reputation. You could care less. The disrespect for the Black family goes all the way back to the plantation. Them
Let me.
separating us from our family, selling us off, selling off our children, giving us babies that we didn't want, living because that slave master is the original baby daddy.
Oh,
So now,
absolutely. Yeah.
all of this and that,
Hmm.
all that blatant disrespect
Let
for
me
the
tell you
Black
something.
family
I've
is
been
fast forwarded to today.
I've been filing motion after motion because my spouse ran off with my finances. Even though he doesn't follow any court orders, he doesn't even show up to court, they still won't hold him accountable. You know what Judge James Arrell told me? He said, your financial status quo hasn't changed, ma'am. So my utilities are getting shut off. I don't have money for food. I had to go apply for welfare. We have a lot of finances. He just took them and have control over them. So he told me my financial status quo hasn't changed. Well, okay, Black people aren't used to getting their utilities cut off. I'm not used to getting my water shut off. So that is a change for me. I'm sorry, Your Honor, that is not normal for me.
Right.
Not having money to go buy food or not have money to put in my car for gas, that isn't normal. That is a change for me. I never worried
Mm-hmm.
about my utilities being shut off. In my adult life, I've never had an issue with my utilities being shut off. So my status quo has
Yeah.
changed. What are you talking about? And so the new judge, Judge Cerny, I filed a motion because I need medications. If I don't have insurance, it's two, three, $400 for a number of medications I take. Do you know this man told me that my motions are not emergencies? I need money to buy food to eat.
Mm-hmm.
He said that my motions are not an emergency. So I don't have food, utilities are being shut off, and that's not an emergency. I don't have my prescriptions. These are life-saving drugs, and I don't have my prescriptions. But that's
It's
not.
like our lives just ain't worth a damn.
No.
You seeing them, just harass
Tell
me,
me, do I
just
have a note from my doctor?
inflict.
Do I have a note from my doctor? I've been on medications for most of my adult life. I have chronic bronchitis. I don't need to get in my health issue, but I take meds every day, but I haven't been able to take them because of what the court is doing, helping my spouse get away with stealing my money. They put me in a position, left me without health insurance. I can't get medical treatment. I can't buy prescriptions. And they tell me that that's not an emergency. Do you know they've been doing this to me for about 2 years? And
Yeah,
my health is deteriorating because of what the court system has been doing, keeping me from my money. They are
yeah,
intentionally keeping me from my prescriptions. They're
Yep.
intentionally keeping me from health treatment.
Yeah.
yeah.
Intentionally.
Intentionally inflicting emotional distress on you, intentionally inflicting financial hardship on you. They got these people living in my building
Mm-hmm.
for almost 2 years.
Yep.
The basement tenants have physically assaulted me and tried to physically assault my daughter
Mm-hmm.
because nobody's in charge. The public administrator is telling them that I ain't got no authority here.
Yep.
The public administrator, I tried to get them notice for them to move out. The public administrator jumped in and told them they don't have to move out. They don't have to give me no money. They are instructing them to squat, like you said, to intentionally inflict financial hardship on
They're
me.
they're trying to make me give up and walk away from all my
They're
assets.
trying to make you walk away.
They're doing that by stripping me of, okay, I don't get any money because Madison stole it all. I can't even get to a job site because I don't have a working car. So they're intentionally inflicting emotional pain, financial
Yeah,
distress. My
yeah.
property is in foreclosure because Madison took all our funds almost 2 years ago.
See,
Court has
see.
let him take our funds for the last 2 years and gotten away. He took unilateral control over our funds. And the court has allowed him, and not just allow him, they've helped him get away with taking all our money. And now they say he's missing. I have letters saying, okay, I gave them a heads up. I've been warning them for over a year that I think he's going to try and leave the country with our money. Do something. Put a stop to this. And
it's financial.
Yeah.
It's financial assassination.
Mm-hmm. But
you know, back in the day, you know, if you stood up for, you know, for yourself or stood up for Black people, whatever, they killed you.
Yeah.
You know, they're like King and X and Medgar Evers and them and all them killed you, locked you up like Angela Davis and them. You know, they did Huey Newton and the Panthers and them. They did that back then. Now, in the modern time, it's financial assassination.
And let me tell you what happens.
Rather than them shooting you, they just stealing your money.
Yeah, so since they kept lying about our finances and letting Madison get away, I start writing letters to Bonnie Wheaton. I start writing letters to the news station everywhere. I even submitted documents showing our financial assets. So I submitted it in court and they didn't want me to do that. They got mad at me. But if I don't get our finances on a record, they're going to let him steal my share of my assets. So after I did that, the judge says, I'm going to appoint a financial expert to see who's telling the truth. He already knew who was telling the truth because my spouse has submitted 3 falsified financial affidavits. It should be pretty easy to see who's lying. So he appoints a divorce attorney as a financial expert. This divorce attorney don't have any experience in accounting, and he's not a financial expert. He's a divorce attorney. So he hired this guy to cover up what they're doing with their financial crimes of stealing my money. And guess who's got to pay for this guy? That comes out of my estate too.
Right, they just charge you, just like in this thing with this illegal eviction. This is what I'm trying to tell, you know, the person that's working with me with this, the attorney that's working with me with this. Don't even let it go into another court. Don't even, you know, it's a frivolous claim. It's frivolous. Don't even go in there with it because they ain't going to do nothing but try to find a way to put fees on the estate. They're going to find a way to keep me coming in there so that they can put fees on the estate. You know that is frivolous. They know that is frivolous. They know that there is no way I can be evicted out of this property. There's no legal way to do it. But if they can convince me to come into, if they can lure me, let's use that word, lure me into an illegal eviction process, watch them start running the tab. They're going to start running the tab. And now, even though they know that they have no grounds for an eviction, all of a sudden, even if they rule in my favor, oh no, we really couldn't do that 10 months later, after they drag it out. Oh, we really couldn't do it. Oh, but now they're going to say the estate owes the court the fees.
Right.
Let me tell you, this judge told me, he got really angry at me, Judge James Arrell, when I put in a motion for them to take emergency action because Madison's got my money and I'm not going to rest until I get my money. He got mad and told me, you know, blamed me and said, this is your fault. You could have had some money if you had sold your house. You could have had $500,000 if you sold your house.
Come on. That's what Judge Maguire told me. That's what Judge Maguire told me. I'm trying to get you some money. That's what I'm trying to have you sell the building. I'm trying to get you some money. I'm like, my mother already had money when she died. I don't need you to force the sell of the building for me to get some money. What I need you to do is to make my sister do a proper accounting of the estate. Exactly. And that'll take care of everything. You doggone right. They start telling you, the judges start telling you about how you need to sell the property if you need some money.
First of all, I have money that I don't have to sell my house. Make him give me my portion of my money.
Yeah.
I'm not selling my house. It's not his place to tell me to sell my house.
It's not their place to tell us to sell our property. Yeah.
I worked and built this house. This is my business. I run a business from my home. It's not his place to tell me how to make my money. I've made my money fine without him. Just follow the law.
Just follow the law.
Follow the law that you guys did an oath. Y'all did an oath.
Exactly.
Just follow the law. It's not your place to tell me to sell my property. If it don't come from the judge, it'll come from one of these attorneys telling you about how, well, you know, if you sell it, stop talking to me about selling my property.
Exactly.
This property has been in my family for 62 years.
Is the judge
62 years.
The judge is supposed to be the mediator.
He's supposed to be the trier of fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they usually try to do the mediation first, meaning, hey, you guys go and talk. Y'all figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end, if we can't come to no conclusion, then the judge has to look at the law.
Exactly.
To be done with.
Well, I had a judge telling me that we don't have any assets other than what's in our home. The judge told me we didn't have any assets other than what's in our home. Yes, we do. And he got mad. That's when he hit me with jail, because I told him in court, that's not true. We have millions. We have this, and that. And I started bringing this stuff to court and filing it. And that's why they're pissed at me, because I exposed it. You can't tell me we don't have assets. What are you talking about? We do.
What are you talking about? Louis Apostle, the public administrator, just submitted something to the court last month on the paperwork. What did he say? That the building is the sole asset of the estate. No, it's not. My mother got money. Where's the money in her bank accounts? In her bank accounts, so she has cash.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as you hide the cash, it can keep you trying to what? Forced to sell in the building for some made up debt, for some made up expenses.
Whatever.
Never allowing you the opportunity to say, okay, you say this 6,000 is old. Okay, then let me get it from the bank account, from the cash of the estate. No, you take that away. You take that option away by fraudulently putting in court documents that the building is the sole asset, the only asset of the estate. There you go. There go another common thread. There go another common thread.
That's what they tried to do to me. And I know my spouse set some arrangement up with these people at the beginning or before the divorce.
Like my sister's doing.
There was some type of arrangement that he set up. And he pretty much told me, I got so many emails and documentation where he's using the judge like a threat. So at some point I said, he's telling the truth. Yeah, some type of arrangement they have going on where they've been protecting him. So it bothers me because everybody is getting my assets but me. It's just being but me.
Come on. No. Everybody living off the fat of the land of what you own, except for you. These tenants just parlaying in this building. They ain't worried about nothing. They come and go as they please. They got their company come and go as they please. Everybody just parlaying.
Exactly.
Everybody off of my problems.
And they're keeping me broke. But
everybody keeping me broke. Yep. There you go. It's intended to cause financial ruin.
Exactly.
Financial ruin.
And at the same time, they're letting my properties go into foreclosure.
Come on.
Buildings in foreclosure.
In foreclosure, my God.
What DuPage County judges are doing, the corruption.
Because they don't want Black people to have generational wealth. No. And then we have these Black gatekeeper coon heroes that are in these positions, because I call them coon heroes because there's so many people that think they're heroes, but they're actually...
Oh, don't they think they're heroes?
Oh, they think they are heroes. They are Satan. They are literally gatekeepers. They are holding us down. They are holding us down.
Yep.
And they have been doing it for so long, and they taught their kids to do it. You know, and then they got their grandkids about to start. No, you're not. We're gonna stop that right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna stop it right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
No more coon heroes.
Yep.
No more coon heroes. No more coons. No more Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm.
No more Democratic Party.
Unfortunately, my judges out there in DuPage are Republicans, but every time I report them to Democrats, nobody has come in to help at all. I've made so many reports to NAACP. Where's the NAACP? I've made reports to Kwami Raul's office, Department of Human Service. I mean, I've been reporting one after the other, and no one has stepped in.
And you
like
know
this
what?
is normal.
You know what I was thinking? The reason why they probably act like that, because they probably are like how Chicago is. Like, they probably got to run as a Republican in DuPage County.
Mm-hmm.
But they probably are on that Democrat shit.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
It's definitely got Democrats now, but these particular judges are Republicans.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like in Chicago, right? They say that you're not gonna win as a Republican.
Right.
In Chicago, you gotta go blue.
Right, exactly.
So I'm saying in DuPage County, is that the same way there? They gotta vote red. Because I mean, they gotta run as a Republican because everybody outside of Cook County and Lake County are Republicans.
I'm not so sure. There's a couple of them. Like I'm not so sure about that. There are some people that I heard that actually were, kind of flipping sides just to get in office. But I don't know the politics as well. I'm new to DuPage County.
Yeah, but it sounds like that. Like,
yeah, this is
the only thing, because this is like Miss Jackson said earlier, like this is the land of Lincoln. Everybody on the outskirts is Republican. I like die-hard Republicans.
Right.
Die-hard.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying it's the same as Chicago. That's why they're trying to hold on. Even the ones that are, we done with these legals. Yeah, they ain't like, I'm not rocking with them. Yeah, I'll go red.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's a lot of them that's I don't know. You understand? Like, because they still have that belief that the Democratic Party is for us.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have that chokehold. So you cannot run. Well, that they say you cannot run Republican here if you want to win. Mm-hmm. And that's crazy because at the end of the day, when you get your ballot, it doesn't say red or it doesn't have Republican or Democrat on it. It just has your name or not. So what does it matter? What does it matter if I'm running as a Republican if it's not even on the ballot because the city of Chicago is bipartisan.
Mm-hmm.
But they're so brainwashed that but they're so brainwashed saying that right now you got to run as a Democrat. But if I run as a Republican, they would pick me. My people would pick me, and I would have a good chance of. I feel like I'll have a good chance of winning because they're picking me. They're voting for me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, me being a Republican, they already know that's what I'm on, but they also know that I was out here fighting. Miss Jessica was out here fighting.
That's right.
And so the reason why I took this political stance is because I did my homework. Then I looked at my history. And then you just got to look at it's detrimental. The Democratic Party is detrimental to us, and it's getting worse.
It is.
We're much worse than I think ever.
It is.
Yeah, we don't have nothing. We don't have nothing, and the little bit that we have is still in real estate, and a lot of it is real estate that's passed down because so many of us lost property through the mortgage crisis of 2008, 2009, 2010 with that predatory lending of Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and Chase. You know, and so a lot of the property that a lot of us have right now is property that's passed on, bequeathed property, inherited property, because a lot of us lost property in that mortgage crisis. And so now, because we're getting properties that's paid off and properties that's protected by wills, here comes Cook County with their underlining judicial practices, current crooked practices that's taking our property. They're just straight taking our property. And we don't have no one here locally to help us because everybody is part of this democratic machine. Nobody is helping. So at this point, what we have to do is take advantage of the fact that we have a Republican president, a president that has first-hand knowledge of the corrupt courts. I can't reiterate that enough. If we don't get anything else out of the presidency of Donald Trump, we need to take full advantage of having somebody in office that can help us with our cases, that can bring the heat to Chicago, that can override the positions of people here. He is the most powerful person in the world, whether you agree with him or not, whether you voted for him or not, whether you support him or not. It doesn't change the fact that Donald Trump is going to be the most powerful man in the world. Why not take advantage of the fact that you don't have to twist his arm to make him believe that the injustices in court is taking place? No, use this as a way to make him get the FBI here, make him get the Department of Justice here, make him get Pam Bondi here. He has the power to snuff out Kwami Raul. He has the power to make Eileen O'Burt stand up and come for these judges. Oh, yes, he does. He is the most powerful man in the world. And he knows who we are, Zoe. He sent us a love note to tell us thank you for our work in supporting him. The Board of Czar met us. We met that man. He turned around and said that the Black community wanted him to come here. And that's why he's coming, and nobody's stopping him. Why do we not take advantage of this and go to Donald Trump and not only have him to look at our cases, but have him to secure some legislation?
Yes, I agree.
So that they cannot keep coming for our properties like this. We are a fool to have fought this long, because I've been fighting for over 8 years. And to be this close to have him in office, and you think I'm not going to bring it all the way in? Oh, yes, I am. Oh, yes, I am. And they got this new Richard Rothblatt as the U.S. Attorney General here, which has been, what does they say, is the first Republican federal prosecutor for the Northern District. They say it's the first one either that Chicago has ever had, or it's the first one in decades. We need to collectively reach out to that Eileen Burke and to this Rothblatt and give them our information and tell them, come get them. Come get them. I am not going to let them take my mother's property. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I don't look. I don't know what's going to be from this, what's going to be from that, but I know you are not going to take my mother's property. You are not going to shame my mother's memory like this to make it look like she didn't have her stuff in order all the way to the point where Cook County could take her property. You will not do it to my mother's memory. No, you're not. No, you're not. That's all I got to say about it. No, you're not.
That's right. I'm not walking away either.
Now, my mother was a law-abiding citizen. My mother never got in trouble with the law. My mother got up and went to work every day. She never took a dime of welfare.
Mm-hmm.
Not her, not my father, not my grandmother, and not my uncle.
Mm-hmm.
My uncle took his GI loan and paid his part into this. He got injured in that war, ended up making him a cripple and turned him into an alcoholic. My grandmother was a maid for the Walgreens, the people who own the Walgreens stores. My grandmother scrubbed floors.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't never took a dime of welfare from anybody. My mother raised 3 daughters, whether we get along or not. My mother raised 3 daughters that never been in trouble with the law,
Mm-hmm.
who always went and got college degrees, worked as professionals. None of us are felonies. My 2 children have been working since they were teenagers. Never got in trouble with the law.
Mm-hmm.
Have gotten up and went to work every day since they were teenagers. Have paid full rent, ain't never got no Section 8 and all this, and low income and all that. They pay full rent. We are an upstanding, law-abiding family. And I dare these low-down dog white judges try to make us be what we not.
They're trying to make me go on welfare too.
Come on, trying to push us to welfare. No, we're going to push them to a jail cell.
Push them to a jail cell.
Yeah.
I'm pushing them to a jail cell.
Do you know last year I had to go on welfare because I didn't have money for food? And
See?
because they cut me off again, I might have to go back on welfare.
See, that's what they want. They want us squabbling. They want us begging. Yeah. But see, I'm going to tell you, scripture says, the Bible says, I have been young and I have been old, and I've never seen the righteous forsaken or his seed beg for bread. That's when they got you going down for welfare, but they got me going down here at this public speaking every day fighting like this. When they got Zoe coming down here by way of her mother's estate, they taking us out of biblical space. They got us begging. No. No, the devil is a lie. The Bible say his seed don't beg for bread. No, they're going to soon understand that we not begging, we demanding.
Yep.
We ain't begging for nothing, we demanding.
I can't wait for President Trump to get involved.
Yeah, it's demanding.
I cannot wait for President Trump to get involved with this.
The city of Chicago owes my mother $3 billion. They could have settled a long time ago. They could have settled. But you done put my mother through all this. Mm-hmm. You done took 2 blocks away from my godfather. My godfather owned a whole other block. That's a whole nother story. Mm. These people back in the day owned blocks.
I couldn't believe the amount of property that Zoe's mother is talking about. You know, as long as we just talked about it, you know, but when we did that press conference at her mother's lot, what was this, about 2-3 months ago? Mm-hmm. And when I had an opportunity to actually see the lots and the amount of land, I couldn't believe that. The first feeling I felt initially, of course, was I was so proud of Zoe's mother, Charlene Marsh, that she had attained that amount of land. Mm-hmm. And that she had that level of business vision. And from that, your heart just immediately sunk to your feet because they straight taking her stuff.
Right.
They're taking her stuff. And then to turn around and looking to build a city grocery store, on her lots of land like this. It's unbelievable. The level of disregard for our lives, the level of disregard for our families, the level of disregard for the law.
And the
It's
backdoor deals they're making.
unbelievable.
Yep, all these backdoor deals they're making, under the table deals they're making.
And this is their law.
Mm-hmm.
This their law. Like if I went and found some land and went and started building on that land, I'm going to jail.
Where can you do that? You can't.
Where can you do that?
No,
Chicago, Cook County.
Mm-hmm.
Well, DuPage too, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. You just, they go to
So
court.
I think that at this point we need to meet and talk amongst each other and collectively deal with the issue with Eileen Burke and deal collectively with getting additional information to Richard Rockblatt. I've already made the initial connection, which has led to this first hit of the FBI that's going on right now, but we're going to push it some more. We're going to push it some more. We're going to go ahead and now that the holidays are over, we're going to go ahead and go down to Springfield and meet with the Republicans down there and have them put more pressure.
That's right.
By way of Springfield.
I tell you, I just said I'm gonna have to take a trip to Washington because nobody's helping me here. I just said that the other day. I'm gonna have to change my plans and just take a trip to Washington.
But you gotta wait until the administration changes, because to go there now with Democrats still in office, what would be the point?
Same thing. You're right. Same thing.
What would be the point? No, you wait and let the administration get in there.
Mm-hmm.
There's one more judge that I do want to speak about, and I want to speak about this judge because this is a young judge that's already messing up.
Who?
Her name is Natasha Toller. She's an associate judge in the Cook County Judicial Circuit Court in Illinois, but she's actually out there in Bridgeview right now. Court.
Judge, what case do we know about that it's affiliated with?
Ramon Banks, Mr. Banks.
Oh, for Tiara's case thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead, talk about that. Go ahead.
I'm Googling her.
So she assumed office March 20th, 2023. Okay. But before that, she was a high-level Cook County prosecutor with Kim Foxx. So February 2nd, 2022, a high-level Cook County prosecutor stepped down unexpectedly Tuesday. The Tribune has confirmed. Natasha Toller, chief of the sprawling Criminal Prosecutions Bureau and a 16-year veteran of the office, submitted her resignation letter stating she would be leaving the office effective Wednesday. Being the voice for the voiceless is truly a sacred privilege, and I will forever be eternally grateful for have been able to do alongside all of you, she wrote in a letter. So the reason why I'm saying this is because she was with State's Attorney Kim Foxx, and I did hear that they had a little bit of a falling out, but she ended up leaving. But she ended up being a judge. I went to the last court case for Mr. Banks, and I watched her tell a group of people and Mr. Banks that the video that was out of the cop planting the gun in their car was hurting him as a black man and putting it out there for people to see that it's not making it look good on him, and that I don't know how it leaked, but you guys putting it out there like that, you're not supposed to do that, and it's making it look bad. And I looked at her and I said, she kept saying, I don't know how this was leaked. I don't know how this was leaked. FOIA. Freedom of Information Act. What are you talking about? You're a judge. How are you asking, how did something get leaked, Honorable Tyler? How is that? How is them putting that out showing that a gun was planted in this boy's, in her sister's car? The police did it, but he's still locked up for 2 years, and they had no probable cause even searching the car to begin with. But you got this judge that's keeping this boy locked up,
and they expect you to shut up about it.
Video out here of the judge of the police officer planting the gun in there. You're telling him, you're saying to everybody in the courtroom with the sheriffs and everything, I plenty of black men come in here, and when those black men come here, I give them their fair chance. I give them their fair chance. But you have this video, guys, out here. I don't know how you guys had it leaked. I don't know how it was leaked, but you are making it look bad on him. You're making it look bad on him.
Why she?
Ma'am, leaked FOIA. Freedom of Information Act. You're a judge.
Right.
And this is a judge that's
well,
sitting on his case for a boy that should have been home.
It looks bad on this guy that was in jail for 2 years. How about it looks bad on him? What is she talking about?
What is she talking about? But you know what the problem is? The police officer who planted the gun in the car, he black. Now, if he would have been white, there's some money in it. It's some money in it.
Because it would have been all about the big publicity of the white cop that planted the gun on the black man, and now he got the charge, or the black man got charged, but since it's a black cop putting it on a black man,
it would have been okay to have the video playing.
Right.
You know,
they would have had a press conference. They would have been a whole situation.
Yep. Crazy.
It's crazy. It's the issue of the selective outrage, the selective public cry. You know, I looked at and again, but this Robert Brooks, and people, all out in the street protesting that he got beat by these white police.
Right.
While he was in jail. And yes, that's wrong. Nobody in their right mind would say that it's not wrong.
Right.
But I just don't understand how, number one, you get all these people to come out for him, but nobody in these big old groups like this came out for Sonia Massey.
Yeah.
I don't get that. I don't get how, it's getting to the point now where, because black men have the historical stigma of being, abused and being the most abused in society, it's like they make sure that stigma stays there, and they do it by way of police shootings. That that's like the poster child to prove that racism still exists, because black men are still getting shot by the law. And I don't understand how that same energy, it's not for black women that get shot by the police, and then it puzzles me even further that black people come out in such large numbers to protest these shootings against a black man, but nobody comes out in large numbers to talk about how property is being stolen.
True.
Or to talk about how our schools are underfunded.
Absolutely right.
Or to talk about how, I mean, none of these topics seem to make big crowds and big protests from people. The only thing that seems to get the attention of the media, the attention of our community as large, is police shootings. But then now, after going down there to City Hall and stuff like this and paying more attention to things, I have to wonder, are those people being paid
For sure.
to come out?
Let me tell you something.
That's a possibility.
It's big business. Black men.
Because it's big business. Black people's hardships is big business.
Yeah, big business. And that's the problem. You know, the problem is they're going to continue to keep that racism when it comes to the black man getting killed or getting locked up for all these years, because I feel like it's low key our reminder.
Mm-hmm.
It's low key our reminder.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Like, yeah, we'll give you some millions. We'll get you, like I call the hashtag package. Get you a Ben Crump. You know, you're never gonna get no justice. We'll give you a few $1 million. Even though Ben Crump is gonna take 33.3% of it, you know, they'll give you a plaque and then say your name or say his name, and then you're dealing with that loss for the rest of your life. But that is a reminder to men that may want to speak out, but scared to speak out because all of a sudden they're gonna Sean Bell you.
Right.
They're gonna George Floyd you. They're gonna Breonna Taylor you. They're gonna Sonya Massey you. But if you're a woman, they're just gonna put that over to the side. They barely was saying Breonna Taylor's name. And
that's only because it was on the heels of George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery. That's only because of that.
I forgot about
had it just been Breonna Taylor's death by itself, it probably wouldn't have got as much traction. It probably would be handled pretty much like this Sonya Massey.
Yeah, it probably not. It probably would not even got that little bit of Sonya Massey. Like, that is big business, and we are funding all of this. We are funding all of it. And we have no representation. We have no safe haven. We have no one that cares about us in any way that's in government.
Nope. Like they say, you talking about taxation without representation.
Yes, and someone said that earlier. Yep.
You know, look at all the taxes that I'm paying. The property taxes, sales taxes, taxes on Netflix, taxes on bags at the grocery store. I'm paying all these taxes and I'm getting zero amount of representation in court.
Absolutely.
Zero amount.
Yep.
Just stealing from me. Just taking my money. The government is literally just stealing from me.
And instead of any of those aldermen, them 20 black aldermen down there, they're worried about who sent me and Miss Jessica down.
Yeah.
Can you tell me more, Jessica, about what do you think the city owes you at this point? I know, Zoe, you've talked about it. I want to know about what do you think?
Oh, I got my lawsuit in. I'm suing them for millions. I've got for 9 causes of action. They have intentionally depreciated this building by being negligent in court and refusing money for it to be for me to be able to, you know, do the improvements and betterments on it that I want to do. The harassment, the constant retaliation.
I know
The
that.
violation of my 14th Amendment due process rights.
Freeman
The
Amendment.
violation of my civil rights.
I know that. Yep.
RICO charges because they are collectively conspiring. Like you said, the changing of documents. This attorney went so far as to take white out and alter my mother's will.
Right.
And tried to connect it to previous business that I had in California. That's crossing state lines for the purpose of engaging in misconduct. That's RICO.
That's RICO.
That's
What's the name
RICO.
of that attorney again? Tell me the name of that attorney again.
The crooked attorney in my state case, his name is Attorney David Feldman. And he was working with Strauss and Mark out in Northbrook, Illinois. And his behavior became so crazy that he abruptly got fired from that law firm. And now he's over at another law firm called Ehrenberg and Golgan. Now, what's crazy about that is this. He was with Strauss and Mark for what, 10, 12 years? And when he left that law firm, number one, that law firm to this date has never presented the estate with a final invoice or petition of fees. And he left in 2022. January 5th, 2022 was his last day at that law firm. And to date, they have not given us a final bill. Why? Because they know he was acting in bad acts, and they just glad we not coming after the law firm. But see, the owner of that law firm, Benton Strauss, he is now retired from that law firm. Now, this last month, since we've been talking about mediation, the public administrators have gone in here and have tried to get some, let's say, like some new attorneys from their law firm to try to bring them into this case. To try to say, right, I'm pretty sure they're going to try to bring some bogus attorney fees, but it has nothing to stand on. I'm not even worried about that. The only thing they can do is what they have continued to do. That is to rely on the corrupt judges to help them get it.
Exactly.
That's their only reliance, because I have an email from the attorney himself, from David Feldman himself, dated February 11, 2022, where he's saying that with that, the estate doesn't owe him any fees. That the fees are owed to Strauss and Mark. And like I said, that's February 2022. It's getting ready to be, it's January 2025. We would take a law firm that's still in business this long to give us an invoice. And then he's been at this other law firm since 2022. Notice this, he has never submitted an invoice to the estate from this new law firm.
And you know what? They send those bills out in 30 days. They want their money. They're greedy.
Come on, let me tell you something.
Right.
No, and that's strange, and that's good that you would say that.
They're not going
right. It's good that you would say that, because the initial engagement letter that David Feldman, when he was with Strauss and Mark, that he had with my sister, who was the executor at that time, the engagement letter is like what you said. It was a $2,000 retainer, and it was a 30-day billing and a 30-day payment cycle. Right. So now, what would make that attorney step out of that contract, except for he had his eye on that real estate, and he was going to run the tab on that estate to force the sale of the property? Because other than that, had they upheld that contract, there is absolutely no way that attorney fees could have accumulated to $29,000. Impossible.
Corruption and collusion happening.
Corruption and collusion.
Collusion.
Yes. So for me, I'm suing them for millions. I'm suing them for the money that they owe the estate for these 2 years. The public administrator owes the estate money on the eviction, on the illegal eviction that they're trying to process for me. There is 2 lines on there that you would put dollar amounts owed. On both lines, the public administrators left them blank because the estate don't owe no money.
They don't own it.
We need to tap into that legal malpractice insurance. That's what needs to happen. We got to start collecting from that legal malpractice insurance that they carry.
You know, that is true.
They have to be held accountable.
Malpractice.
They have to be held accountable.
Yeah, and that is. Yeah. You know, we gotta. You're absolutely right. My mother. Yeah, we forget about malpractice.
They have insurance for that.
A malpractice suit. Because all those judges are bonded.
Yes.
They have to be.
What?
They have to
be. She might not be in here anymore, but Chappelle was talking about that earlier. She said they all, even the mayor and them. Like
right, all of them are bonded. All of them are bonded.
Yeah, we can sue them. They're violating.
Our judges bonded too.
Yeah.
But it's just judges. No other judge want to hold them accountable, though. That's the thing. If you put a judge on your lawsuit, it's probably going to get a lot of red tape and stopped, and because they don't want to hold judges accountable. I want to see if they're going to hold these attorneys accountable.
My judges, I had judges on my federal lawsuit. No red tape, corruption. There's no red tape, corruption.
I didn't mean red tape, corruption.
No, I know, no. I know what you meant. Right. No, I know what you meant. Right. No, and I'm saying corruption.
It's corruption.
If you look at the opinion that he wrote up, saying that my case that he dismissed it because it's not in the proper jurisdiction. How is it not in the proper jurisdiction and they violate my constitutional and my civil rights?
How
is it being in the federal court, not in the proper jurisdiction?
And what judge was this? What's his name?
Judge John Robert Blakery. Over in the federal court.
So you know what we need to do? We need to have a picture of every judge we talk about so everybody can put a face to that name. And we got to remember and keep saying these names over and over. I have sworn that I'm not resting until I get my money. I'm going to talk about these judges, what they've done. I'm going to put their name in their faces in social media, and I'm going to keep going. So they've been trying to make me give up and walk away. No, I'm not walking away because I want my money. And guess what? If I don't get it from Madison, if they let Madison flee to jurisdiction and get away with my money, somebody's got to give me my money. I want it from the attorneys and their malpractice insurance. I don't care where I get it from as long as I get my money.
I want my money. I want my mother's estate to be left alone.
Exactly.
I want my money from this case in order to restore my mother's good reputation.
Right.
Exactly. You want to be compensated for all the hell they've put you through.
Right. That's another part of it, for the harassment, the retaliation. See, this is what we do know. In this day and time, people are getting paid millions of dollars for one act of harassment.
One act.
For one act of harassment, people are getting paid millions of dollars.
I got 2 years worth. Over and
I got 8 years worth.
That's a
I've been going. My mother died in 2016. It is now 2024. That's 8 years all day. Zoe's mother been going through this for over 7 years. The goal is to drain you financially. The goal is to make you get so upset till you throw your hands up. The goal is for them to trade out judges after judges. This one retire, this one resign. So as you drag the cases along, this judge is gone now. Now another judge is in his place. This corporate counsel person is gone. Now another one is in their place. This is because it's public employment and they have so many employees, they can do this switch out of judges like this. And this switch out of other positions like this. And then they'll give this part of your case to a judge or to a public employee that they know is getting ready to retire in another month, another 2 months. Therefore, by the time you get wind of the situation, now that particular employee, public official is gone.
Yep.
Their goal is to
And now it creates the space for the new public official to say things like what you hear the mayor say about his faults. Well, the previous administration, I inherited from the previous administration, and see these judges and these public officials do the same thing. They give this information to a judge that they know is getting ready to go out. And now when you come to this judge or you come to this public official, now they want to hit you with it was with the previous judge. It was the previous official, you know, and then it makes you have to keep starting all over again, presenting it all over again. And then it's the way to weigh you down. It's a way to aggravate you. It's a way to put unnecessary fees on you, unnecessary fees and liens on your property. These people are corrupt. They are corrupt judges.
Let me tell you, you just explained it so well. Your case, what you just said, is happening in the courtroom in DuPage with me. And it's a divorce case. And it's all about taking your property, taking your money, taking your house. Judge after judge. And the judge saying, it was in the previous judge, and then they changed it this. I mean, it's the same thing.
And they have all this black representation in Congress, and you can't get no help.
We can't get any help
from nobody.
I'm going to say it again. I'm going to go back to Philip Scott from the African Diaspora Channel. He said it best. He said there are two things that black people in position cannot do. Number one, they cannot punish white people. And number two, they cannot help black people. That's it.
That's it. That is it.
That's it. He needs to put that on a plaque. That needs to be in the slogan Hall of Fame. That also, you know what? It's, you know, to be honest with you, that right there is a skid mark from making it into the book of Proverbs.
Right. Because I promise I can help niggas.
If it was possible.
Everything, I'm not going to help no niggas. Please, I know I'm not going to help not one nigga.
If it was possible to amend the Bible, you know how you can amend the Constitution? If it was possible to amend the Bible,
right.
Those are two things that need to be amended to the book of Proverbs. Number one, what Phil Scott said, and number two, that oath that black people take to say, I promise I won't help a nigga. I promise I won't. Those are two. I mean, if it's possible, Jesus, to amend the Holy Scriptures, we'll take it in anyone. We'll take it in the Bible. We'll take it in the Quran. We'll take it in the Torah. We will take it anywhere, Jesus. If we could amend scriptures to include the book of Philip Scott.
Not funny.
Oh, but it's so. You gotta have to keep from getting, you know, like extremely upset and mad. Because I'm mad and upset, but you got it's so sad.
It's so
there's so much corruption going on. It's so much corruption in plain view. Like, and they're still just going and going and going. Like, it's like we're just gonna drive until the wheels just fall off.
I mean, when you look at Greg Mitchell and Taliaferro, Alderman Mitchell and Alderman Taliaferro, I mean, just picture that. You black officials, you go in here with white officials. Black officials show the white officials where they have committed fraud and perjury on a government form.
Right.
And for those white officials to be able to get up and be like, yeah, and? So what, nigga? What? Cause y'all some aldermen, you think that supposed to mean something, nigga?
Cause they came in there like this, a boss, sir. A boss.
Sir, now I know this is fraud, sir. I know this is fraud, sir, but if we could just call it something else, and then we could make us to believe it, sir, because we don't want no problems, sir. We just, look, we didn't even look. Hey, Zoe, look, hey, y'all, wait. They even went into this. Hey, look, Public Administrator Leah Jablokowski and Thomas Lee and Weber. Hey, we ain't even really want to come in here. But she keep coming down to public speaking, and we just trying to keep her from going off on us on the mic. But for real, we don't even really want to be in here. We don't look. We don't. Hey, look. Yeah, you see, it's just that y'all don't hear them on the mic because they don't be, because y'all don't be in them meetings. But you know what? But just tell us what to do. Tell us what we need to do to go down there to get her, at bay. To tell us what. Hey, we got y'all. Don't worry, boss. We got you. They ain't gonna look. They look. We're gonna see to it that Jessica Jackson don't get you. We're gonna see to it that it never get in court. We're gonna see to it that she never be able to file nothing. That y'all cases say, hey, you can depend on us.
Yep.
Lamont Williams, Tyler Farrow, Greg Mitchell, Bill Laurie looked them white public administrators in their face and told them, y'all can depend on us. We got you, boss.
We got the boss.
Mm-hmm.
We got you, boss.
We got you, boss.
Mm-hmm.
You can depend on us, sir.
Sir.
I don't even know why she keep coming down there. I don't even know why they keep coming down there. They irritating us too.
Mm-hmm.
We got you. We got you. And them white boys told them, and you better, nigga.
Have you all ever heard from Kwami Raul's office? I mean, have you heard?
No.
Not one.
No, you get a little letter. I got a couple of emails come back saying that it's out of his jurisdiction and it'd be out of his scope.
Oh yeah, I got one of those too. Yeah.
How? It is city elected officials committing crimes.
Yeah.
Committing public corruption. They're violating the
U.S.
Constitution. They're violating the state of Illinois Constitution. You are the Attorney General for the state of Illinois. What are you talking about that this is out of your scope? What?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But this is our money paying these people.
So when attorneys are committing crimes and judges are committing crimes, who are you supposed to report it to?
The ARDC and the Judicial Inquiry Board, to the Illinois Attorney General, to the state's Attorney General, all the people that we have.
Right. And so the normal thing is supposed to do like, damn, okay, I done went to everybody. Right, I done went to everybody. I went to the city inspector general, to the state inspector general, to the federal inspector general. Okay, Deborah Witzberg, Susan Haling, Michael Horowitz. Okay,
Anthony Nigel, Terrell Pixon.
Right.
Laura something.
So let me share this with you. I filed a complaint at the Judicial Inquiry Board, and they closed out my case so fast. And the letter read, we're not saying you don't have a case, but we're closing it out, and we can't tell you why. So I did further research. And guess who sits on the Judicial Inquiry Investigation Board? One of the attorneys that's involved in my case that I'm complaining and I'm suing, she's actually one of the investigators that sit on the Judicial Investigation Board. Tracy Wirtz from Schiller, DeConto, and Fleck Law Firm. Tracy Wirtz was my first attorney. And they were my opinion, it seems like they were colluding with my spouse, because they would give me some advice and send it in the email, and 40 minutes later, he's sending me the same advice. They're both sending me the same thing to do, which would be to his benefit. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Why are they giving me the same advice that he's giving me? And he's, took the computer. They didn't file any paperwork to get the computer back. That's where our finances are. We use the computer for digital currency. They let him, cut me off the computer. They let this man take out our gold coin collection, everything. They wouldn't file not one document against him. All the stuff that my spouse was doing, and I kept telling them, they refused to file any documents against my spouse. And then my spouse said, they're not going to help you. He put it in writing. Your attorney's not going to make me do anything. You either accept this, you walk away with nothing, or you're going to lose your properties and everything else. And I'm telling my attorneys, Schiller, DeConto, and Fleck did nothing. So I filed a complaint against them. And then I filed one at the JIB, Judicial Inquiry Board. And then as I'm investigating and looking up Tracy Wirtz, I see, congratulations, Tracy Wirtz. She's been promoted to sit on the Judicial Inquiry Board under the Investigation Division.
When I saw the members of the Judicial Inquiry Board, I saw some judges on there that I was familiar with. It's the people, the same people are being, they just go from one public position to another. And then when you get to issues like this, that really mandate justice, mandate correction.
Exactly.
You can't get any help because everybody is everybody's friend. Everybody owes everybody a favor. Everybody did dirt over here that somebody can blackmail them or hold it over their head over here. Everybody, to the point where now here you are, a regular, everyday tax-paying citizen, and your rights are straight being violated in court.
Let me tell you,
no one will do anything about it because everybody knows everybody. Everybody's done dirt together. Everybody's done backhanded deals together.
Exactly. And they're not practicing.
And now nobody is in a position to be able to help you or to just, we're gonna stop saying help you. Nobody's in the position to even do the right thing and follow the law.
But they're not even practicing law. The attorneys, judges,
they're not even practicing law.
They practice backdoor favors. They don't practice law anymore. It's like, the deal here, I owe you a favor there. It's backdoor deals.
They don't even, I'm trying to tell you, we are the ones who have brought the attention to the U.S. Constitution, right? We have. And I'm sure that majority of those people that are in those positions have never even looked at the U.S. Constitution.
Mm-hmm. No, they haven't. Instead, because the law offices here over in the Daily Center in these particular venues that we're talking about, it's not about the law. It's about a real estate scam. All of them know how to get real estate. Yep. They don't know how to, litigate. They don't know how to be in trial. They don't know how to know. What they know how to do is steal real estate. That's why all of them have real estate license. All of them have real estate license. All of them have estate planning businesses and real estate law firms. This is what they know how to do. They know how to manipulate real estate transactions, and they're doing it in the courtroom.
Mm-hmm. They do.
They're not practicing law. They're not practicing probate law in the probate court. What they're doing in probate court is doing real estate transactions, but it's being done in the probate court. But really, it ain't about distributing the assets in according to the will. That's not what that's for which the intended purposes of probate is for. No, they have changed probate to be the process by which they can get bequeathed property. It's just another real estate grab. Divorce is no longer about splitting the marriage. and letting the husband and the wife split the assets to go how they need. No, now it's about getting the real estate out of the divorce.
A big business is so corrupt.
It's real estate.
Big business.
It's real estate.
It's real estate. It's a Ponzi scheme.
It is.
To get real estate.
To get real estate, to get assets. It's all about taking your assets and real estate.
We are hit bad. We have nothing. We have crumbs. That's what we holding on, what we're grabbing on, what we have, what me and Miss Jessica have, what we have, that's worth, it's worth so much. And they know it's worth so much. They know it's worth so much. And now, because they didn't do what any other normal person would have done if they really were about the government or doing right or democracy, they would have sat us down and settled our cases.
Absolutely, a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Now it's gotten so big, and now more people are jumping on.
Yep.
Thank God.
Thank God. Yes, not afraid. And thank God. Now, what's it looking like? It ain't a coincidence. Everybody ain't out now. Everybody ain't now. Come on now.
Now it's gone from, watch this. Now it's gone from it being about stealing the real estate to how we gonna keep from going to jail.
Right.
Cover up. It's the cover up.
Yep.
Now it's
because we won't stop. Right, because we won't stop, and because we have airtight cases, and because it's been revealed that they're airtight cases, and because they know Trump is getting in office, and they know that Trump knows who we are. Now it's all about how do we prevent going to jail. It's also all about, and it's also about if we settle Jessica Jackson case, Zoe Leigh case. Now look at the rippling effect. Look at all the people that's going to come in because we have monkeyed around and let them get so public like this. We've let it get all on YouTube, all nationwide. Not everybody knows. Now, if we settle their cases, it's going to have a rippling effect. Just like if they take my property.
Yep.
With all this publicity, come on.
That's right.
Come on. Come on.
Yep.
If they take my property with all this publicity, the borders are already said that they're making Chicago ground zero, but it's illegal. So already the Trump administration is sniffing around Chicago already. Already Trump got it out for public courts, for corrupt courts. Already Chicago gave Trump a hard time. He already sniffing around. So now, if they take my property from me, they already know. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, but eventually they're going to end up in a jail cell.
I can't wait for the Department of Justice have a talk with them.
Come on.
That's coming.
It's coming. It's coming because of this right here. And Zoe, you may not be at home. So you might not have yours, but I got mine right here. This right here speaks volumes.
Yes, it do. Yep.
I got one, Zoe got one, and Daddy got one. And it's us at City Hall. Public speaking. Love Donald Trump. Thank you. This right here.
That's all right.
I got one, Zoe got one, and Danny got one.
That's right.
With our Chicago Flips Red shirts on.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, for real. I got my disgrace 50 on the day.
DOJ is going to be talking to them soon enough.
Come on. Come on.
DOJ is going to be talking to DuPage County too very soon.
Come on.
What's going
Come
down?
on. It's going down. So for me,
change them all out. And some bad ones too.
Come on.
On that side
So
as well.
for me, you can't make me believe. You can't make me believe that, and I'm gonna say it again, the most powerful man in the world knows who I am, knows who Zoe is, knows who Danny is, and what? And what? And they can continue on this path. And they could continue on this path. And absolutely nothing happened. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Now, I'm just gonna say this, and I'm just gonna come on with it. We're gonna quit playing, and we're gonna come on with it. Donald Trump, just like Tom Holman, what are they? They are white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Come on, they are the WASP. You don't hear me. You don't hear me. You don't hear me. You don't hear me. They are the WASP.
They are the WASP.
They are the power of America.
That's right. I'm looking forward.
And we're the Bank of America.
That's what we do know. That's what we do know. You know, and I'm not trying to flaunt that around. I'm not trying to know. What I'm trying to do is make a point.
Right.
And the point that I'm making is that, number one, clearly our fighting has not been in vain.
It hasn't.
And I'm trying to make the point of this is a step towards the goal that we're trying to get to, which is to get federal involvement to help us save our property here on a local level.
Right.
I'm showing that to show people that no, all this where you hear people saying things like they going down there to City Hall, what difference do it make? It ain't changing nothing. It ain't making no difference. Well, I beg to differ.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Can you say that the FBI reached out to you already, or one of you all? The FBI has already reached out.
Yeah.
Okay.
To me, twice.
That wouldn't have happened if you weren't down there at City Hall.
Exactly. You're right.
And our new president wouldn't know who you are if you weren't down at City Hall.
And we got a holiday card. We definitely got a holiday card.
You all wouldn't be going to the inauguration if you weren't down there at City Hall.
Right. Bingo. Bingo.
It's a whole list of things that's happening. They wouldn't even be considering trying to settle your case if you weren't going down there.
Woo-woo. So we are approaching almost 4 hours.
Hell, listen, I'm in DuPage, but hell, I should have been going down there with you all too. I need to be down there too.
All right.
Absolutely. Look at that. Look at that.
All right. Well, we're approaching 4 hours. Do we have any last words?
Do we have any questions from the chat? Do we have any questions from the chat?
Do you have any questions from the chat? No, I don't see any questions from the chat. Dave, shout out Dave. Yes, meet us at 121 North LaSalle. The next meeting is January 7th. Housing and real estate.
At what time?
It is at, I think I want to say 12, but I'm about to look right now. Ooh, living just enough for the city. All right. They got one at 10:30, the Committee on License and Consumer Protection, and at 12 o'clock, the Committee on Housing and Real Estate.
Okay. We'll be there, like we say. That's 6 minutes. That's 6 minutes on the mic. 3 minutes for the first one and 3 minutes for the second one. So that's 6 minutes on the mic.
Thank you for the cash apps, Charmaine and Rita. Appreciate y'all. And then we also have you. Would you have something going on January 6th?
January 6th, DuPage County at 9:20 is the next court date. Room 3003, 3003. So that's my next court date. Anybody want to come and join me and sit in and watch how a judge represents one party? It would be quite interesting to see that. It's like nothing you've ever seen before.
And what is the judge?
Judge Neil Cerny. He's been representing my spouse at every court hearing over the last 3 court hearings. He's actually represented my spouse. The judge has.
Oh my God, yeah. The worst. Well,
yeah, he quotes laws and everything to me. He's quoting the Supreme Court law while we're in the local court at DuPage, taking up for Madison, telling me he's got to protect Madison's rights and giving me a hard time turning down motions. He's been representing Madison at every court appearance. So people need to come out and see this judge and how he represents one party.
And where is that again?
DuPage County, 505 County Farm Road in Wheaton, Illinois. DuPage County Courthouse.
Wheaton, Illinois. That's where that Aaron Berg and Golgan law firm is, where David Feldman is now, in Wheaton, Illinois.
Oh, are you serious? Wow.
You see, they all one and the same.
They all the same.
Different, man.
They all one and the same.
Illinois different, man.
Yeah, it is very different. So if anybody can come out on Monday, I'd appreciate seeing you. I need the support at the DuPage County Courthouse at 9:20 a.m.
9:20 a.m. And Sunday, we have a special on the Regal Theater. Me and Miss Jessica and Danny will be interviewing Gerard Gary. That is the owner of the Regal, and what's going on with his lawsuit against the city.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we got.
And then on Wednesday, I have what do I have? I have a court case with probate, a court hearing with probate, where it's going to be argued about the fraudulent documents that put my mother's estate illegally into public administration. And it will be in the courtroom of Barry Goldberg. I'm demanding an in-person settlement conference or whatever. We're going to see how that plays out, because my case, one thing unravels everything. So if you deal with the issue of the fraudulent documents by the public administrator, that unravels everything. If you deal with the fact that the tenants are in here illegally, then that unravels everything. If you deal with the fact of the case for the state's attorney, domestic violence, where the basement tenant tried to jump on me and my daughter. If you unravel that, it unravels the case. So anything that you touch on this unravels all of them. So this is January. This is going to be January 8th.
January 8th.
Yeah, so we're going to see.
So do we go there?
I want to.
What's the number? Room number? What's
it? 1812, I think.
1812. That's a daily center?
That's at the Daily Center.
1812. Well, we gotta get that information so we can put it on the Chicago Flip Spread.
Yeah. And get that out. See if if at least some of us show up there. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that the courts could be this corrupt, but yes, they are. Yes, they are. The judges, please get it through, your heads. It's the judges. All these laws, all these policies, all it means nothing if when you get to court and the judges refuse to uphold the law. Absolutely. And the judges violate the law. It means nothing. None of these laws mean anything.
Right.
The FBI needs to step in and start investigating this, because a lot of these
real fast.
That's true. Because like even with my judge, like
he has to make a ruling.
They violated the law.
He has to look, Zoe. Your judge has to make a ruling. All this about him being conflicted and all that, no. He is a judge. He knows the law, and he's supposed to make a ruling. He is intentionally not ruling on your case. He's not ruling on it because if he rules against it, that's one set of circumstances. If he rules for it, that's another set of circumstances. So he's literally just letting your case just sit there and die. Mine would have been the same way had Talaferro and Greg Mitchell not had that actual meeting with the public administrators. But don't you see that they had the meeting on September 19th and on September 20th, the very next day, the federal court dismissed my case. It would have been the same thing. My case would have just been sitting there waiting for an answer. Like they say, your case can go on a judge's bench and die there. Because by law, he can make a ruling anytime he wants to. It could be a year, it could be 2 years, it could be there, and your case sit there. He's not conflicted. Do you really think? No, with all jokes aside, do you really think that your case is the hardest case that judge ever ruled on?
No.
No. He is intentionally not making a ruling on your case because he don't want to go against those judges.
Exactly. That's what's happening in my case. They're intentionally not making rulings, letting my motions just go to the side. They don't want to make a ruling against. They have a connection there with the other judges.
They got their own deals.
They got their own deals going on.
Right. That's what they're doing. And then this thing about immunity, let's get that clear. Judges have immunity. They have different types of immunity, which keeps them from being able to be sued civilly. However, in civil cases, they do not have immunity from criminal prosecution.
That's what I was. Okay.
Now, right now, on top of that, and on top of that, immunity does not cover a judge when the issue is incompetence. Immunity does not cover the judge when it violates constitutional rights or any other statute that's established, that's clearly established.
That's clearly established.
There is no circumstance, none, upon which a person can violate constitutional rights.
And that's what we
There is no circumstance upon which a person can violate civil rights. Just like there's no circumstance upon which a person can commit fraud. There's no circumstance upon which a person could commit perjury. Immunity does not protect people from those type of offenses. This is the reason why there are police that's in jail, like Derek Chauvin. Police do go to jail.
Right.
Because there are some things that are not covered under immunity.
Right. That's why I tried to explain when the whole situation with Trump, he gonna give police full immunity. They have immunity, but when it comes to certain things, it's not gonna cover that.
Right.
I think immunity, is in the Constitution.
Yeah, Ms. Jackson. Everything is in the Constitution. It's the supreme law of the land, baby. It's big business.
Yep.
It's the American first. The forefathers made sure. We're included in the Constitution, but we don't fight for it. We don't even gotta fight that much. We don't demand. We don't even have to fight. We in the Constitution.
And then when we finally ask for them to follow it and respect it, it's like, what are you doing asking about that? What do you know about that?
The nerve of you.
The nerve of you,
So, somebody wants to know, how can I get in touch with you, Ms. Jackson? That was one of the questions. That was a question.
Through my email. Well, I don't, because people be weird with the emails. Come down to City Hall.
121 North LaSalle, baby.
Come down to City Hall. Because it's all this weird stuff. When you give your email, here come everybody coming through your email with this, that, and the other. People have to be willing to deal with their own situations. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm more than happy to assist people with what I know and to support people, like how, people have from time to time supported me. I understand that, but I am not willing to take on other people's issues because they don't want to take the risk.
Exactly.
They don't want to be seen at City Hall. They don't want to be seen on TV or YouTube. They don't want to get in trouble with their job. They don't want to get in trouble with the court. But guess what? I don't want the trouble either.
Absolutely. You can't help them.
I don't want the trouble either. But I got a situation that I feel that's important enough to me and important enough to my family where I have to take these risks. So I'm not willing to carry the water for everybody else while they sit back and make sure that they still got everything good for them. I'm not that person. Right. Harriet Tubman was that person. I use that example all the time. That's what makes her a hero. Because after she got her freedom, she risked her freedom over and over again to go back to the South, to slave states, and get other slaves and bring them to freedom. That's why she's revered as a hero. That's why everybody loves her. Everybody holds up her name. I'm not looking for fame. I'm looking to get my mother's estate out of trouble. Absolutely. So no, I'm not carrying everybody's water while they sit back comfortably, safely, don't put their face out there and have me out there fighting their battle. No, come to City Hall. That's where you can find me.
North LaSalle, January 7th.
Come to City Hall. That's where you find me at the meetings. And that's where you and we can sit and we can talk about whatever your situation is. We can see how we can help each other and support one another. We can see what you've done to help yourself so far. We can talk about what you're willing to do after then.
We got to start.
That's how we're going to do that. Not just flood me out with emails and Instagrams about what's going on with you and and you want me to know about this and tell you about that while you sit safely. And I'm sitting here fighting them every day. I can't even leave the city. I can't even go visit my son and my grandchildren in California because I don't know from one day to another what's going to happen with this building, what's going to happen with this case. Those are the type of risks and sacrifices that I'm making. And I expect everybody who's serious about whatever their situation is, I expect you to be willing to do the same level of sacrifice.
Absolutely. Right on.
All right. Well,
find me at City Hall.
City Hall, 10:30 in the morning, 12 p.m. Starting January 7th. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Well, I love y'all. Thank y'all.
Love you too.
We did a cool 4 hours. We had 110 people watching.
This is the longest one we did yet for the famous Friday.
You know what? I want people taking in doses, do an hour here, do an hour here, do an hour here. But hey, they're getting the knowledge.
That's right.
So this is what, yeah. This is
And
facts.
look up the
Facts.
judges that are mentioned. Everybody should look up the judges that are mentioned.
Yeah.
Everybody should know
Their
who they
terms
are.
are coming up. 2028, 2026.
Mhm.
It's time to get these people up out of here.
And it's also, we got to look at the folks that are appointing some of these judges, because all of them aren't elected. Some of them are appointed. So
Right.
some of the, whoever's appointing these judges, the chief judge, whoever, we got to
like Blakely and mine, Alonzo. President Obama appointed them both. Yeah.
And look at the trick. Look at the trick. How they got us being so scared that Trump gonna appoint federal judges. He gonna appoint some Republican federal judges. My federal judge was a Democrat. Your federal judge is a Democrat. And look how, and they were appointed by a Democrat, Barack Obama. And look how we getting dogged out in court.
Right. Yep.
You know what? I gotta remember the name of the federal judge that's been appointed to my case. I hope it's not a Democrat.
So that's what it is.
Just
all right. Well, I love y'all.
Love you too.
Peace.
Okay.
I'll see you guys soon.
I'll probably see you all Tuesday. I'll see you.
See ya.
All right, perfect.
All right.
Good night.
Please like, subscribe, and share, and we will see you next Friday for Famous Friday. Oh, it will be an alderman.
Yeah, because we'll pull the name this week. Right. We're going to pull the name Tuesday out that hat.
We're going to pull the name on Tuesday.
Let's make them famous.
Let's make them famous.
We're going to make them famous. It's Famous Friday.
Friday, Disgrace 50. We coming for them seats.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. See y'all.
Good night.
See ya.